Welcome to meeting number 44 of the House of Commons Standing Committee on Finance. Today's meeting is taking place in a hybrid format pursuant to the standing orders. Members are attending in person in the room and remotely using the Zoom application. Before we begin, I would like to remind participants of the following points. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. For those participating via video conference, click on the microphone icon to activate your mic, and please mute yourself when you are not speaking. I would like to remind witnesses that committee members may ask questions in English or in French, and so if you will need interpretation, to please put your earpiece on and select the appropriate channel so that we can use the time allocated to us. And a reminder that all comments should be addressed through the chair. Pursuant to the order of reference of Tuesday, May 26, 2026, and the motion adopted by the committee on Thursday, May 7, 2026, the committee resumes consideration of Bill C-30, an act to implement certain provisions of the Spring Economic Update tabled in Parliament on April 28, 2026. I would like to now take a moment to welcome our witnesses. From the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, we have Jasmin Guenette, the Vice President, National Affairs. From the Intentional Community Consortium, Gary Gladstone, Chair. And from the International Union of Operating Engineers, Stephen Schuman, Canadian Government Affairs Director. With that, you will each have 5 minutes for opening remarks, and we will begin with you, Monsieur Guenette.
Merci. Good morning, Chair and member of the committee. Je vous remercie pour cette aimable invitation.
Thank you for this kind invitation today. The Canadian Federation of Independent Business represents more than 103,000 SMEs across Canada and in all sectors of the economy. I'm very happy to share with you our comments on the Spring Economic Update.
Spring Economic Update that CFIB welcomed. Most notably, the reduction in CPP premiums paid by employer and employee is a step in the right direction to reduce payroll taxes. This will put money back into the pockets of employees and payroll budgets of employers. We also welcome the government's effort to strengthen apprenticeship supports in the skilled trades, which can help smaller firms address ongoing labor shortage. As long as the paperwork is light, this new grant for employers could be a welcome boost. Finally, CFIB was pleased to see the Employee Ownership Trust tax exemption made permanent, providing entrepreneurs with greater flexibility and more options for succession. While these were positive steps, they are not sufficient on their own to address the broader structural challenges facing small businesses and to reverse Canada's growing entrepreneurial drought. Canada is facing a serious entrepreneurship problem. To give you an example, we have seen more business closing than opening in the agriculture sector for 11 straight quarters. We have seen more business closure than new ones created for 8 consecutive quarters in retail and for 12 consecutive quarters in wholesale. We are losing more businesses than we see new ones created in many sectors, and yet the economic update did not address that. CFIB data shows that 55% of current small business owners would not recommend starting a business today. That should concern every policymaker in this room. It's also important to mention that the Spring Economic Update did not lay out a real plan to go back to an overall balanced budget. CFIB members are concerned about the size of the debt and deficit. En terminant, il faut savoir que le niveau d'optimisme des propriétaires...
Just to wrap up, that the level of SME optimism is very low, costs are high, and the regulatory framework is too restrictive and complex. The current government is focusing primarily on major projects said to be of national interest and on developing international markets beyond the United States. While the majority of CFIB members are not necessarily opposed to this type of initiative, it is also urgent to implement measures to tackle the lack of entrepreneurs.
Tax rate from 9 to 6%, and increasing the small business deduction threshold from $500,000 to $700,000. The government should also cut red tape and administrative burden for all businesses, whether part of a major national project or not. Je vous remercie encore une fois de me donner...
Thanks again for giving me this opportunity to take the floor today, and I'd be delighted to answer any questions you might have. Thank you, Mr. Guinette. We'll now continue.
Intentional Community Consortium, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for the invitation to appear. My name is Gary Gladstone, and I am chair of the Intentional Community Consortium, or the ICC. The ICC is a national coalition of more than 80 nonprofit organizations working to expand affordable, accessible, and supportive housing for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities across Canada. I am also lead stakeholder relations for FINA, one of Ontario's largest developmental service organizations and a provider of supportive housing. I'm here today because as Parliament considers Bill C-30 and the future of Canada's housing investments, there's one population that cannot be overlooked: people with developmental disabilities. For many Canadians, the housing crisis means rising rents or difficulty entering the housing market. For people with developmental disabilities, the housing crisis often means something much more severe. It means remaining on wait lists for years. It means living with aging parents who worry every day about what will happen when they can no longer provide care. It means remaining in hospitals, long-term care facilities, shelters, or inappropriate settings simply because suitable housing does not exist. In Ontario alone, more than 24,000 people are waiting for developmental services and housing supports. Research has also shown that more than 18% of people in homeless shelters have a diagnosed or undiagnosed developmental disability. The federal government recognized this need under the National Housing Strategy, thank you, and after sustained advocacy by organizations, including ICC and our members. A special carve-out in the original National Housing Strategy was made to create 2,400 housing units for this population. Unfortunately, fewer than 900 units have been delivered. The challenge is not a lack of demand, it is not a lack of projects, and is certainly not a lack of willing nonprofit partners. The challenge is that many community-based organizations lack the capacity and resources needed to navigate complex federal housing programs, despite having land, expertise, community support, and shovel-ready projects. That is why we are recommending that people with developmental disabilities remain an explicit priority with the National Housing Strategy 2.0 and Build Canada Homes. As in my written brief, we are also recommending a dedicated federal investment of at least $1 billion over 5 years to support the creation, preservation, and acquisition of 3,000 additional affordable, accessible, and supportive homes by 2031. Support for portfolio-based delivery models through organizations such as ICC that can coordinate national pipelines of shovel-ready projects and build the capacity of smaller nonprofit providers. Predictable operating and housing benefit supports, and clear accessibility, care occupancy, and B3 fire code standards to ensure that the housing being built is not only affordable, but safe, appropriate, and truly accessible for people with developmental disabilities. These recommendations are not simply social policy, they are sound economic policy. On Monday, I attended the launch of the Public Housing Dividend Study conducted by the Canadian Centre for Economic Analysis for the GTHA Community Housing Collaborative. The study found that every dollar invested in public housing generates $2.80 in combined economic and social benefits. It projects that strategic housing investments can create more than $100 billion in value, generate 15,000 jobs annually, house 86,000 additional people, and prevent more than 524,000 hospital days. These findings reinforce what our sector sees every day. Supportive housing reduces pressure on hospitals, emergency room shelters, policing, and long-term care. Supportive housing strengthens families, creates jobs, and most importantly, changes lives. At RENA, we recently opened the Tansley Residence, providing homes for individuals who had been living in hospitals because no appropriate housing existed. This fall, the Frankfurt Family Arena residence will open in Toronto, providing affordable, accessible housing for 168 tenants through a partnership involving all levels of government. Across Canada, ICC members are developing similar projects using modular construction, mass timber construction, universal design principles, and innovative partnership models. The projects exist, the expertise exists, the needs certainly exist. What we need is a federal commitment that ensures people with developmental disabilities are not left behind as Canada builds its next generation of housing. I respectfully ask the committee to support the recommendations outlined in my pre-budget submission and ensure that National Housing Strategy 2.0 includes dedicated funding and clear priorities for affordable, accessible, and supportive housing for people with developmental disabilities. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Gladstone. We'll now continue with Mr. Schuman from the International Union of Operating Engineers. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning. On behalf of the International Union of Operating Engineers, the IUOE, I'm honored to appear before the committee today. The IUOE represents nearly 60,000 members across Canada who build and maintain the infrastructure that holds this country together. Our members are usually the first on the job site and the last to leave, and they continuously work themselves out of work. Our members operate cranes and heavy equipment, work as mechanics, apprentices, and show up every day on the construction sites, energy projects, and infrastructure builds that keep Canada moving. Across the country, our local unions also operate a national network of not-for-profit, state-of-the-art union training centers that deliver accredited, industry-leading programs for the next generation of skilled workers. Apprentices trained at union facilities have a much higher completion/succession rate to those who do not go through a union training center, about 90% versus under 50%. We are here today to express our strong support for the 2026 Spring Economic Update, and in particular, those measures directed at skilled trades and apprenticeships. The proposed expansion of the Union Training and Innovation Program is an initiative our organization strongly supports and believes is critical to building Canada's training capacity for skilled trades. Union-run training centers are the backbone of skilled trades training in this country. Enabling them to upgrade facilities, expand capacity, and invest in modern equipment is an investment in the future of Canada's skilled trades workforce. The Team Canada Strong initiative is serious, well-resourced, and planned to recruit, train, and place up to 100,000 new Red Seal trade workers by 2030. The government's investment in support of training and apprenticeships is the kind of on-ramp the trades have needed for a long time. Combined with the Build Canada Apprenticeship Service and up to $10,000 in wage subsidies for employers hiring first-year apprentices, these measures create a real incentives for growing Canada's skilled trade workforce. We're also pleased to see the Apprenticeship Training Grant, which will provide apprentices with a $400 weekly top-up during mandatory technical training. Apprentices have long faced income gaps when they move between the job site and the classroom. This grant addresses that directly. The $5,000 completion bonus upon the Red Seal certification is equally significant. Completion rates have always been a challenge in the trades, and financial support tied to the finish line is a practical and effective way to change that. Finally, we also support the modernization of the Red Seal program. Online exams, digital logbooks, single national registered apprenticeship number are long overdue. These changes reduce unnecessary delays and improve consistency across jurisdictions. They make it easier for Canadians to enter the workforce and move within it. And this legislation also proposes improvements to the labor and mobility deduction for eligible tradespeople by increasing the annual limit on deductible expenses and reducing the distance threshold for eligibility. Our members regularly travel significant distances to job sites as the nature of their work in the skilled trades. A deduction that better reflects the real cost of that mobility is meaningful and necessary adjustment. We are pleased to see those changes. Taken together, this represents the most significant federal investment in skilled trades and apprenticeship training in a generation. These measures give Canadian workers the tools they need to continue to build Canada's infrastructure and, most importantly, provide for their families. I'm happy to take any questions, and thank you for your time today.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Schuman. We will begin with Ms. Kobena for 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to all our witnesses, and thank you for your remarks this morning. If I may start with Mr. Gunech. I was surprised by your opening statement because we know that there have been more business closures and openings in 3 out of the last 4 quarters, but you actually gave out an even more alarming stat in that Within the agriculture sector, there are 11 quarters. Within the retail sector, 8 quarters. Within the wholesale sector, 12 quarters of this trend. How would you then describe the overall entrepreneurship state here in Canada?
We call it the entrepreneurial drought. We are losing entrepreneurs in the vast majority of sectors. It is not what we saw in the past. If we would look back to the 80s, Canada, generally speaking, always create more business than we see business closures. This is the natural general trend. Canada is a land of entrepreneurship, but unfortunately, in the last few years, we're not seeing that in many sectors. I have brought with me a list of all sectors that are touched by the entrepreneurial drought. Ag is one of the most hit sector, retail, wholesale, construction, transportation. There are many sectors in Canada where we see more business closures than openings, and it's not just the last quarter. It has been going back many quarters, and this is not CFIB data. This is StatsCan data, and we hope to see public policy be implemented to reverse that trend.
Choosing not to start, expand, or invest in their businesses here locally. So what would you say is the biggest domestic policy failure that's driving this entrepreneurial drought?
So for CFIB, the two main policy buckets that really need to be modernized and reformed is our fiscal policy on the one hand and the regulatory environment on the other end. When we ask our member what are the most burdensome policies that prevent them from growing and developing their business, often fiscal policy and regulatory policies come first. And so that's why we make recommendation to reduce the fiscal burden on small businesses and also reduce the regulatory burden on small businesses.
Thank you. I'd like to split my time with MP from Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just continuing with the CFIB, we have a serious youth unemployment crisis in this country that we have been highlighting and calling for action on. And the CFIB recently put out an excellent report, Work in Progress, Bridging the Gap Between Small Businesses and Canada's Youth, reflecting many of the things that I've been hearing, talking to business owners as well as young people, that demonstrate a kind of mismatch or disconnect that's leading to a lot of frustration on both sides. And I would just encourage this committee to familiarize themselves with that report. I think there's a lot of good information to consider in the preparation for the next budget. In particular, I wanted to ask you to follow up on a couple of the points. You note how the challenges businesses are facing, weak demand, rising payroll, wage costs, limited capacity to absorb training costs, obviously have implications for the ability of small businesses to hire young people. And then you also talk about what we can do about it. It seems often when it comes to youth unemployment, the emphasis on the government side is to talk about programming. You identify the fact that, quote, existing government supports for small businesses to hire youth are often overly complex and administratively burdensome. And what you're proposing instead is broad-based efforts to reduce the cost of hiring, things like a temporary EI premium relief and training supports that would make it easier to train young people. I wonder if you can speak a little bit more to your recommendations about how government policy can make it easier for small businesses to hire young people, especially for their first job.
Thank you for your kind words about the report. The report showed that there's a mismatch between youth and SMEs very often when it comes to employment. SMEs hired mostly through their own network, while youth are looking online, and so they're not necessarily finding themselves. There's often a salary mismatch, expectation from youth and what SMEs can afford. In terms of a program that was highlighted in our report as one of the red tape example is the Canada Summer Job program. For example, we say that it's rigid and it poorly timed deadlines. So, for example, business have to make a decision on their hire in December for the next opening, the next summer openings. And so often business don't know really what's their plan in December for the next summer. And what we are recommending to boost the youth hiring is introducing targeted tax relief, targeted tax credits. We recommend to put
Apologies,
in place
Mr.
EI
Gannett,
reduction
that concludes
to
the
hire
time that
youth,
we
and
have.
that would boost
Thank you, Mr.
employment.
Gannett. We're going to continue now with Mr. McDonald for 6 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chair, and good morning to the witnesses. I'll ask my first question to Mr. Gannett. Mr. Gannett, I'm somebody that worked in the agriculture field for almost 40 years running a business, and so I can understand firsthand the challenges and involved in passing that business on to the next generation. And currently, I've went through that process. The business that I was involved in is operated by my son now. Do you think there's in Bill C-30 we've introduced the $10 million capital gains exemption for employee ownership trusts and worker cooperatives, and I think this is a real positive move to allow business owners that reach retirement an opportunity to have that business continue in a small rural community, keep contributing to the community rather than closed. And you outlined in your opening remarks the number of businesses that are closing. Is there lessons to be learned from this measure that may work for family transfers as well? Because in my situation, the $1 million capital gains exemption or the 1.25, it's not adequate to offset the capital intensive industries like agriculture or fishing enterprises or other small family businesses. They're worth a lot more money than they were in the past. Can you speak to that?
Thank you. As I said in my opening remark, CFIB was pleased to see the employee ownership trust tax exemption made permanent. This is one of the tools that business can use to pass their business when they are ready to exit. Right now, the tax exemption is at $10 million. It can be matched with the LCGE, so it's a good measure. We're calling to be made permanent prior to the spring economic update. It is one of the tools that business can use to sell their company, whether it's in agriculture or in other sector. It's a way also that maybe companies can stay within the community, not be sold to hedge funds or other type of investment funds. And so we supported that initiative, and we hope that business owner will be made aware of it, and we hope that it will be used. We did a report not too long ago showing that within the next 10 years, about 70% of business owner will exit their enterprise, and so we need to have good public policies to ensure that we are successful in this massive wealth transfer that is coming in Canada.
Okay, thank you. And the other issue that I run into a lot in rural Canada is the actual shortage of labor. And so nationally, we have changed the rules in immigration. The LMIA program is a little tighter with a 1-year renewal required. Can you recommend, when you talk to your membership, I'm sure you're getting the same comments, where there's a shortage of labor, the application for temporary foreign workers has become more complicated, more regulatory in nature, and more of a persistent obstacle to small business owners. And I hear that all the time. So I just wondered if you could comment on that.
We are suggesting a few measures in order to support hiring. First, we are calling the government to increase the age exemption amount and the CPP basic exemption amount. So we are recommending few policies to help experienced worker stay in the labor market. As I mentioned earlier, we support the hiring of youth by introducing targeted tax credit, deductions on premiums, holiday, and making changes to the Canada Summer Job Program. And also, where needed, we are calling to preserve the TFW program so that businesses that cannot find workers locally can go through this program, especially in some sector in rural communities.
Maybe I can get my next question into Mr. Schuman with the operating engineers. Mr. Schuman, we've put a lot of measures in Bill C-30, the labor mobility deduction, as well as the apprenticeship training. Can you think of any other measures that might be required to keep the workforce mobile enough to address all these infrastructure projects, the very ambitious schedule that we have going forward?
Sure. Obviously, if the Red Seal is recognized throughout Canada, so if you're a crane operator with Red Seal, you can easily travel anywhere in Canada and work. Same as a heavy equipment operator. There's various Red Seals in the various trades. I would ask if one thing for the government to do is actually take a leadership role and try to promote and create more Red Seals in the trades. You obviously need provincial buy-in. I believe it's 4 or 5 provinces need to all have a buy-in to create a Red Seal for a program. I think if the federal government took leadership on that and pushed for more Red Seals, you would easily have much more mobility throughout Canada. Our members don't mind traveling. As you probably know,
Thank you, Mr. Schuman. Okay. We're going to have to end it there. Yep. Thank you, Mr. McDonald. On va continuer maintenant avec Monsieur Garon pour 6 minutes.
We'll now move over to Mr. Garon for 5 minutes. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all our witnesses for being with us to look at Bill C-30. I'd like to start with you, Mr. Gannett. I'd like to hear what you have to say about workforce training. In C-30, the government decided to invest in workforce training through tax-reduced programs. Everything that's part of the Strong Canada approach is tax-exempt. This is an area that's been completely decentralized, devolved to Quebec. There are different partnerships and so forth which seek to align workforce training with the needs of business. In this context of devolution to Quebec, the federal funds for workforce training, should they best be used to strengthen the existing system rather than being part of a tax-exempt framework? I think that a number of initiatives have to be taken to improve workforce training in Canada and Quebec. I think that the federal government should work with provinces such as Quebec and others to ensure that sufficient amounts are earmarked for training to meet needs where they are, where they exist. And the needs in Quebec are not necessarily the same as in Alberta or elsewhere. There's already training funds that are delivered through employment services. Our members look favorably upon any initiative that can help with training, but for this to work, it's important that the federal government should work with its partners, and of course provinces play an important role in this regard. Thank you, Mr. Gannett. In your opening remarks, you referred to a type of crisis that we don't hear a lot about in the media. That is the crisis of entrepreneurship. You said that the government was making great efforts in its major projects, and yet there have been several quarters without growth, and it seems to be more like a stimulus project than anything else. Do you think that the government is giving short change to the long term, not investing in the needs of business, focusing rather on major projects, do you believe that in all these initiatives, SMEs have actually been left by the wayside? Generally, yes, whether it was in last year's fall budget or the spring economic update, when you look at the numbers from Statistics Canada, you can see that there's a real deterioration of entrepreneurship. And even though you have these major projects, these major infrastructure initiatives, which are good as such, there isn't enough public initiative to ensure that we have the right responses to major domestic problems. And that has to go through SMEs. 80% of businesses are SMEs. More than 60% of the labor market is in SMEs. We need public initiatives that are going to help existing businesses to remain afloat, grow, and we need to encourage young people and all those who want to become entrepreneurs to do so. Right now, the government we need the government to focus more on SMEs. On this matter, and there's what you call the entrepreneurial drought. What specific measures would you want to be added to C30 to ensure that in the short term we have specific measures to support SMEs? I know that your brief has a few measures, but what would your priorities be in this regard? It's the federal tax rate on SMEs, to reduce it from 9% to 6%, increase the small business deduction threshold from 500 to 700,000. The deduction for SMEs has been at 500,000 since 2009. It's never been increased. And had it been indexed to inflation, it would be actually higher than 700,000. So those are our two main priorities: to increase the small business deduction threshold to 700,000 and to decrease the small business tax rate from 9 to 6%. And the rate in provinces go from 1 to 2.5%. The federal rate is at 9%, and that's not justified. Last question. You were in favor of permanent capital gain tax exemption for sale of businesses to employee ownership trusts. Is this a measure that will really have an impact on the ground? You're familiar with the front lines. Do businesses actually use this employee ownership trust option? I'm not sure if it will really be used all that much. Nonetheless, it's a positive measure, which just adds to the range of appealing options to businesses that are looking to sell. In C30, do you think this should be advertised? Do you think government should promote this initiative? Yes. Thank you, Mr. Garon.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before I begin my questions, we've got just such a tight schedule here, and I don't want to take up much time, but I have to get a motion on notice. So I'm going to read it quickly and try and get through this quickly, but it will be we'll be able to distribute it in both official languages. So just to quickly put this on notice, that the committee undertake a study of Bill C-31, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on November 4th, 2025, provided that A, the following witnesses be invited to appear separately for no less than 1 hour each: the Minister of Finance and National Revenue, the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure in relation to proposed amendments to the National Housing Act, the Minister of Jobs and Families in relation to proposed amendments to the Canada Labour Code, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General in relation to proposed amendments to the Canadian Human Rights Act, the Minister of Health in relation to proposed amendments to the Tobacco and Vaping Products Act and the Pest Control Products Act, the Minister of Northern and Arctic Affairs in relation to proposed amendments to the Territorial Lands Act, the President of the Treasury Board in relation to proposed amendments to the Access to Information Act and the Red Tape Reduction Act, the Minister of National Defence in relation to the proposed enactment of the Defence Investment Agency Act and amendments to the Defence Production Act, the Minister of Transportation in relation to proposed amendments to the Canada Transportation Act, and B, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Secretary of State, International Development be invited to appear for 1 hour on the same panel, related to the proposed amendments to the International Development Research Center Act. C, the Secretary of State Defense Procurement and the CEO of the Defense Investment Agency be invited to appear for 1 hour on the same panel related to proposed amendments to the Defense Investment Agency Act. D, the committee receive 6 hours of additional witness testimony, including at least one panel with departmental officials for a technical briefing, and another panel of Canadians affected by inflation, another panel of defense procurement experts, and other panels featuring witnesses deemed relevant by members of the committee. E, the chair only be authorized to schedule a meeting for the purposes of clause-by-clause consideration of the bill after witnesses have appeared as prescribed by this motion. And F, the Minister of Finance and National Revenue appear before the committee within 5 calendar days of the conclusion of this study for no less than 2 hours to discuss his plans for managing Canada's economy out of recession, and that he appear 1 time per month thereafter as long as the Canadian economy remains in a recession. So with that on notice now, I'll turn cede the floor to Mr. Halan.
Thank you.
For your now beginning questioning? Yeah.
I'm ceding the floor to
okay.
Mr. Halan, who
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to move the motion that I had put on notice from last time, that given that Canada's economy is in recession, the Standing Committee on Finance schedule a meeting with the Minister of Finance and National Revenue 1 time per month as long as the Canadian economy remains in a recession. On Friday, we found out through Stats Canada what Canadians have been experiencing for many years under this Liberal government, that Canada is in a full-blown recession now. And it's clear in the numbers that since this Prime Minister has taken office, 3 out of the last 4 quarters, the economy has shrunk. In fact, it's the only economy in the entire G7 to do so. And this Prime Minister is the only leader of any G20 country that has put their country into a recession. 120,000 jobs have been lost under this government in just the first 3 months of this year. Canada also has the highest household debt, the highest housing costs. This Prime Minister has given Canadians the highest food costs, and the second highest unemployment in the entire G7. And this translates into real-world human cost, which is seeing a record number of people in food banks. In fact, 2.2 million Canadians are visiting a food bank every single month. 1 in 4 Canadians are now food insecure. This is the real-life result of failed Liberal policy. So we want to see the Finance Minister and the Minister of National Revenue once a month to update the House, because as of yet, we have heard no plan from the same government that said we would get the fastest growing economy in the G7, but ended up delivering the fastest shrinking economy in the G7 and threw us into recession. So we need to have a clear plan. Canadians want to know how we will get out of this recession that was caused by this Liberal government. And so we want to see the Minister of Finance and the Minister of National Revenue here once a month until we have a plan.
Thank you, Mr. Halan. Mr. Turnbull?
Thanks, Chair. So it's too bad that, while we're in the study of an important piece of legislation here, C30, that we're using committee time up with valuable witness testimony that's sort of hanging in the balance here. I feel sorry for our witnesses, but to have to sit through this, although, I recognize it's committee members' prerogative to move motions, but I just wanted to say that within the study that we agreed to, which was actually dictated by the Conservatives in a programming motion that we said was fair and reasonable, we agreed to a committee schedule, and it didn't include these interruptions of motions. I'll just say, in 17 minutes from now, Minister of Finance is appearing at this committee. We know that the House is rising. June 19th is scheduled to rise. So I think committee members, if they have a burning desire to ask the Minister of Finance questions about the state of the Canadian economy, are going to have that opportunity in just 17 minutes from now. So I think that's more than fair, and I'm sure in future studies on future bills, I think we just heard another motion put on notice that will also request the Minister of Finance to appear before this committee. The Minister of Finance is more than happy to come to the committee, but I think the motion is somewhat unreasonable given the circumstances that we face. I could go on at length in defending the record of the government, but I'm not going to do that because I want to get back to our witnesses today. But I don't see this motion. What's that? My phone is talking to me. Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Kelly, on this motion? No? Okay, back to regular scheduled programming.
Come to a vote. The motion's been put, so
Oh, do we have to do?
yes.
Their desire to have a vote? Yeah?
Nobody's speaking, it goes to a vote. That's how it works.
Sometimes you can pass them so you see,
Indeed.
right?
Ask is it
Anyways,
will.
we're going to go on, yeah.
Yeah, we do support the
No, we're
motion
not
if you're
doing it,
asking.
we're doing a vote. Yeah.
So we're gonna do a vote.
Just,
Mr. Turnbull,
Against.
Mr. Lateo,
Against?
Mr. Sawitzky,
Against.
Mr. McDonald,
Against.
Madame Martin,
Against.
Monsieur Lavoie, Monsieur Hallan,
Yes.
Mr. Kelly,
In favor.
Madame Kobina,
in favor.
Mr. Genois,
In favor.
Monsieur Garon.
Contre.
So, yay 4, contre 7.
Okay, the motion is defeated. Mr. Kelly, you have the floor.
Thank you. And I do apologize to the witnesses, but we've got a tremendously tough schedule with many hours of meetings, and there just simply is no good time to have to insert some committee business. So my apologies for that. But to the CFIB, you really did have some troubling statistics on business closures, and the 8 consecutive quarters of more retail closure than opening. What, beyond the job loss within the sector itself, beyond the loss of these businesses and the ownership of these businesses no longer carrying on and earning a living from their businesses, what effect does the closure of retail have more broadly? If we see vacant land, vacant buildings, what does this do to the character of neighborhoods and the goods and services available to Canadians?
Yes, thank you. Well, obviously, small businesses are important for our local communities. Main Street of our small city, of our village, of our larger cities as well. When a small business closes, it's, as you said, the owner who is losing its business, the workers losing their job, a community losing a place where they used to go. As I said earlier, more than 60% of the private sector jobs are in small businesses. It's 98% of all businesses in Canada. When we see an entrepreneurial drought like we are seeing right now, it's the entire economy that is impacted. It is our Main Street. It is the entire economy. Hence why we are putting so much effort in raising the issue. Hence why we are sharing as often as we can our recommendation, because we believe that this should be the government's priority moving forward to reverse that trend and encourage entrepreneurship.
Right. You mentioned in your opening statement that your members are concerned about the government's overall spending, that they are running never-ending deficits, that they cut loose their fiscal anchors that are supposed to prevent them from excessive borrowing. What do you make of this last budget that they are? Well, we're today talking about the next budget, but the last one contained just an enormous and unexpected jump in the level of borrowing, the level of deficit spending. It failed to deliver many of the commitments, or at least hints that they made during the election campaign and before about reining in the size and scale of government. What are your expectations, and what are some more concrete recommendations you can make for this government for the next budget?
Our expectation is for government to introduce a timeline to balance the overall budget, not just one of the two budgets, but the overall budget. This is our expectation. And we are also recommending that government introduce the spending limit outside of global crisis so that there's a mechanism in place to constrain spending. Every time we ask the question to CFIB member, there's an overwhelming majority of them sharing the concern about the size of the debt and deficit.
Right. So a plan to actually balance the budget might be the starting point.
Yes, is introducing a timeline to balance the overall budget, having a plan, and communicate that plan to Canadian and to small business owner.
I've asked the finance minister literally dozens of times to do that, and he has never actually answered that question. So perhaps we can put it to him later this morning. So a timeline for a balanced budget. So this is what your members are calling for, and I agree with them. Are your members concerned that these incessant deficits just lead to higher taxes and choke out the private economy?
Yes, they are worried that today's deficits are tomorrow's taxes, and they believe that there should be additional efforts made to balance the overall budget and create room for more business creation and entrepreneurship in Canada.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. We'll continue now with Mr. Sawatsky for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to all our witnesses for being here today. My questions today are for Mr. Schuman with the International Union of Operating Engineers. I was happy to hear in your opening remarks about the strong support for the Spring Economic Update. And you mentioned there's the most significant investment in skilled trades in a generation. And that's good to hear that feedback. I think it's an important time to invest in the skilled trades. Arguably, for a while, the skilled trades were not getting the support that they needed. And now, with all of these large-scale projects, we need the workforce to be able to build them, particularly training up Canadians to be able to do that. So I'm very happy to hear that. So I know the members in your union have helped build some of Canada's most significant nation-building projects in BC, such as LNG Canada, Coastal GasLink, Site C Dam, among many other projects. So the Spring Economic Update had measures aimed at attracting investments and accelerating major projects. So from the perspective of the union workers who are actually building these projects, how important is restoring investor confidence to ensure more projects move forward? And what impact does that have on creating good-paying union jobs across Canada?
I would say first, the more you build, the better it is. It is, there's such the spin-off factor. Obviously, the more hours you work, the more taxation it goes back. It feeds the system back, right? So, our members like to work. They don't care where the projects are. Like I said, we have a very mobile workforce. So, obviously, the bigger the projects, the more work there is, and it provides a future. One of the things I will say is our membership is generational. My former Canadian director who comes out of BC, his sons are now their third generation. A colleague of mine's fourth generation. So our members see the benefit, and hopefully by building all these projects and getting investments in Canada, other Canadians will see this who may not know the union way, may not know the trades, and get involved in trades. It is a great career. It is very lucrative. A great pension plan. Benefit plans. It is fantastic, and without us, the Canadian economy does not exist because we build everything. I think, back to your first point, being investor confidence is essential. Like, there are some major projects out there that can be built, and that will be built, there's some projects that should have been built, haven't been built. And I think there needs to be stability, but not only in the economy, but there needs to be stability in the workforce. And I think, one thing I would suggest to the government is if you're putting money into any projects, I would look at community benefit agreements or project labor agreements, because it guarantees work. It also guarantees disenfranchised minorities are all working on projects, and so everyone can benefit.
Thank you. And so my riding is New Westminster, Burnaby, Millardville, which has a lot of union members, many people working in the skilled trades. They understand the value of a good paying union job and the opportunities that apprenticeship training can create. With our government's investment in union training centers, apprenticeships, labor mobility, Red Seal certification, what changes are you expected to see in the industry? How would these measures help unions to recruit, train, and retrain skilled workers for the future?
I can't stress enough how the money to UTIP for the bricks and mortars is going to be a game changer. Right now, I can only speak for operating engineers, but I know with all the trades, we are at capacity. We are turning people away at the door. We just don't have the size to train people. So now the opportunity to expand our training centers will be essential, because we can get more people through the system, become apprentices, get them on work. Like the one thing I mentioned, operating engineers, if you want to become an apprentice, there's a 90-95% success rate. You will get a job and you will work. That small percentage that doesn't, it's because the job's not for them. They leave. Again, compared to those who go through apprenticeship programs non-union, you're looking at under 50% success rate. So again, if you want to be an apprentice in Canada in the trades, going through a union training center is the way to go.
Thank you. And how important is it that young Canadians see a clear pathway from apprenticeship to Red Seal certification? You were mentioning the apprenticeship training grants, the $5,000 completion bonus. Do you think that our government's investment specifically in unions will help encourage more and more young people to pursue the skilled trades?
I hope so. I really do. I think there's some work to be done. I think there needs to be promotion of the trades. I think the federal government could take a role in that. Obviously, we're doing it. I think getting to parents to get people in the trades is key. I will say this is, and Ms. Martin and I talked about this earlier, we need more women in the trades. They are excellent tradespeople. And it's this promotion. And I think members of parliament need to come to training centers as well to see them. I know Ms. Gould has been at one at Oakville a couple of times. I offer
Thank
anyone
you,
here.
Mr. Schuman. We're going to have to end there. That concludes our time.
Thank
you,
you.
Mr. Sawatsky. On va continuer maintenant avec Monsieur Garon pour 2 minutes.
We'll now move on to Mr. Garon for 2.5 minutes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Back to you, Mr. Guenette. We know that the calculation of U.S. tariffs has changed since last April. About a quarter of Quebec exports are affected from duties or tariffs of 25% on all goods with steel, aluminum, and businesses have started to close in the sector. And I assume you have members in that sector, since you have members in all sectors. In the furniture sector, we've seen businesses closing, have had to seek creditor protection. And the idea is to temporarily subsidize wages to prevent businesses from shutting down work shifts or laying workers off, to keep that tie between these skilled workers and these businesses. We also don't want these workers to be hired by other businesses, given the dearth of expertise, of skills. And then on the question of the EI system, this will be changed in September. We had the COVID crisis, and now we're in another crisis. Using EI rather than wage subsidies might lead actually to an increase in payments for and contributions by businesses to the EI system. So do you think this type of wage subsidy might be a useful initiative in the current context? If we were to ask our members what are the tariffs that have caused the most damage, steel, aluminum are number 1 and 2. And so these are tariffs that have been truly harmful, even though if our members aren't major producers of these materials, but they use them. And so this has been very harmful. We appreciate the government's flexibility when it comes to EI of shared work. The EI program and shared work does keep this tie between businesses and their employees if their order sheet is not as full as they might like. Other measures should be taken, however. We should improve the refund policy that now takes far too long. The time it takes to get a refund is just too long. Thank you, Mr. Garon. We'll wrap up there. On behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank all our witnesses.
Today, we're going to take a brief suspension while we turn over for the Minister of Finance. Thank you.
Welcome back.
We're back. I'd like to welcome our next witness. We have the Honorable François-Philippe Champagne, Minister of Finance and National Revenue, and he's accompanied by Maude Lavoie, the Assistant Deputy Minister, Tax Policy Branch, and Madam Evelyn Dancy, Assistant Deputy Minister, Economic, Fiscal and Intergovernmental Policy Branch. Minister, you have 5 minutes for your opening remarks. Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, dear colleagues. It's a real pleasure to be with you here this morning. Thanks for inviting me to present testimony at the Standing Committee on Finance. I know you have other witnesses. Thank you very much for the work that the committee is doing. This is a very important committee.
For giving me the opportunity to speak about the Spring Economic Update and Bill C-30, an act to implement certain provisions of the Spring Economic Update, which, as you will know, was tabled in Parliament on April 28, 2026. In April, I had the honor of presenting the Spring Economic Update, which outlined our plan to empower Canadians across the country who are navigating a rapidly evolving and, let's admit it, challenging world driven by escalating conflicts and trade tensions abroad. Canada is not immune to these global challenges, so in response, our government is looking towards and acting on what we can control, building a strong and resilient economy, diversifying our trade partners, restoring discipline in fiscal management, and making life more affordable for Canadians. It is my belief that Bill C-30 is essential to advancing this crucial work and to asserting greater control over a volatile geopolitical and economic environment. And with that in mind, I'd like to speak to some of the key elements of the bill and urge you all to give it the serious, timely, and nonpartisan consideration it deserves. Canadians, after all, expect nothing less from us. And yesterday, Madam Chair, I appeared in front of the Senate Finance Committee, which has started also their pre-study, and I want to thank them for the work. Madame la Présidente, la mise à jour économique du printemps.
Madam Chair, the Spring Economic Update highlighted the progress that we have already made and the important work that remains to be done. Our mission is to build a strong Canada while focusing on the fact that progress and economic growth should benefit all Canadians across the country. That's why we've given Canadians the opportunity to participate in the building of our economy with the creation of the first national sovereign fund in Canada to create new opportunities for 80 to 100,000 young people across the country to contribute to building the country through the Strong Canada team and to carry out historic investments in security of our communities. You know this. Canadian sport, which brings us together, and safe ports for small boats.
Broad plan to seize the moment with ambition and purpose and build a strong and resilient Canadian economy. And the good news, Madam Chair, is that we're just getting started. And as the main legislative vehicle arising from the Spring Economic Update, Bill C-30 will play a key role in this process. So I would say, member of this committee, you have in your hands one of the key bill, I would say, to implement this vision to support Canadian. With my remaining time, I'd like to highlight some of the key measures contained in the important legislation. First, in recognition of the sudden increases at the pump due to the war in the Middle East, Bill C-30 will temporarily suspend the federal fuel excise tax on gasoline and diesel across Canada, saving drivers 10 cents per liter on gas and 4 cents per liter on diesel from April 20, 2026 until and including September 7, 2026. It will also suspend the excise tax on aviation fuels for the same period. This will ensure that Canadians receive tangible, immediate, and affordability relief when they need it most. Bill C-30 also proposed maintaining for an additional 2 years the 2% cap on the inflation adjustment for excise tax for beer, spirits, and wine. It also proposed to continue the temporary 50% reduction in excise duty rates on the first 15,000 hectoliters of beer brewed in Canada for an additional 2 years. Combined, these two measures would provide over $30 million of relief to the sector until 2028. Madam Chair, housing affordability remains a challenge for many Canadians. That's why Bill C-30 will extend the grace period during which homeowners are not required to start repaying their own buyer's plan withdrawals from their RRSP from 2 years to 5 years for participants making a first withdrawal between January 1st, 2026 and December 31st, 2028. This will provide up to $4,000 in relief per individual per year, and I see you looking at me, Madam Chair. There's far more in Bill C-30, but I would say to the member of committee, in conclusion, let's seize the moment, let's be ambitious, and together let's build Canada strong. Canadians expect nothing less from us. Merci.
Great. Thank you very much, Minister. We will begin with Mr. Halan now for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, what is the definition of a recession?
Madam Chair, I think what my colleague, which I have a lot of respect for, is getting at is the economy, the Canadian economy resilient? And my response to him, I would say the Canadian economy is indeed resilient.
As the finance minister, I find it a little bit shocking. You don't know what the definition is. It's the widely accepted definition is 2 consecutive quarters of GDP decline. Would you agree with Friday's Stats Can report that Canada has had 2 consecutive GDP declining quarters? Yes or no?
Madam Chair, I think what my colleague is getting at, because I know he's looking at the data that came out, I think he will be comforted in his assessment by the OECD, which released numbers yesterday, which said that Canada would have the second fastest growth in the G7 for 2026 and 2027.
Statistics Canada, your own statistics agency, has said on Friday that Canada has had 2 consecutive quarters of GDP decline. Would you agree with that report, yes or no?
Madam Chair, I think that my colleague, when they read the report in more detail, they will see that there's some interesting element. We've seen business investment in machinery and equipment, which is up. We've seen business investment in intellectual property
has
up.
Declined for 5 straight quarters. But I'll move on, since obviously the finance minister of the country that helped to drive our economy into a recession refuses to answer. So it's very clear by the minister's own stats agency that Canada is in a recession now, a full-blown one. Can the minister tell us if any other G7 country is in a recession?
Madam Chair, again, my colleague will be happy to hear in Canadians, because I know they're watching this morning, that the OECD yesterday just released numbers that shows again that Canada will have the second fastest growth in the G7.
Since the minister brought up the OECD, can the minister tell us how many countries in the OECD are in a recession today?
Well, Madam Chair, like I said, what really matters for Canadians is to see where we do compared to other G7 nations. And if you look at the numbers, Madam Chair, you'll see we're growing twice as much.
Point of order.
In fact,
Mr. Turnbull?
Mr. Halan cannot answer for the minister. I mean, I think he's just...
the minister is not answering.
You know, I would just...
It is my time.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. Mr. Halan, you may continue.
Minister, in the entire OECD, in all developed countries, there's only 2 countries that went into a recession. That's Canada and Ireland. And all other countries, especially the ones in the G7, are facing the exact same global pressures and tariffs. Yet Canada is the only G7 country in a recession. Can you tell us why?
Madam Chair, I think Canadians who are watching this morning understand very well the level of uncertainty we're in. If you look at the World Uncertainty Index published by the International Monetary Fund, you will see that today the uncertainty is kind of equal to what we face after the second
Point of order,
pressure.
Chair. Just again, I apologize to Mr. Halan. I know it's his time, and I know that's a convention in committee, but when you constantly talk over the witness, the interpreters can't interpret.
Thank you, Mr. Turnbull.
Minister,
Mr. Halan, you have the floor.
Thank you,
I would just
Chair.
ask both Mr. Halan and the minister to not talk over each other.
Thank you. Minister, so it's very clear as the finance minister, you're completely dodging, and you can't even admit or say the word recession, which we are in a full-blown recession, according to your own stats agency. In fact, Canada is the only country in the G7 that's had 3 out of 4 quarters of economic decline. Now, this morning, just less than an hour ago, there's a scathing report by the PBO against you and your claims, especially when it comes to your fiscal anchors. The PBO has said one of your fiscal anchors, which was a declining deficit to GDP ratio, you would have less than 1% chance of meeting that fiscal anchor. Do you agree?
Madam Chair, I'd be happy to report that you will have seen in the spring economic update, we have in fact projected a lower deficit by 11 billion. This is what it is about, restoring fiscal discipline.
Fair enough,
and
Minister.
I think that's what
Fair enough.
Canadians
So
expect from us at a time like
after
that,
your
is to
spring
be able
economic statement,
to restore
Minister,
fiscal discipline.
Minister, after your spring economic statement, the PBO today has come out with a scathing report that has totally debunked your claim that there will be a declining deficit to GDP ratio. She's saying that there will be less than 1% chance you will meet that. Doesn't that mean your fiscal anchors are completely useless?
Madam Chair, I stand by our projection. They're based on the best available information with the experts at the Ministry of Finance.
I'll take that, Minister, as
Madam
that
Chair,
you don't
like I
believe
said,
the
what
PBO.
Canadians have seen is that we
So,
have a
Minister,
declining deficit, and
So
I think Canadians
I would
understand
stand by
that's
the PBO.
important
Minister,
to
I
restore
have
fiscal
one last
discipline.
question to ask. There's 2.2 million Canadians going to a food bank, and 1 in 4 Canadians are food insecure because of your policies. The Prime Minister spent $200,000 on lavish meals on 3 flights. Do you think that's fair when you guys are sending record numbers of people into food banks?
Madam Chair, June 5th is tomorrow. June 5th, 12 million Canadians will be receiving the Canada Grocery Benefit and Essential. I think that affordability is top of mind of Canadians, and that's why we've been acting
So is it
both
fair that
with
the
respect
Prime
to
Minister
rent, with
spent
respect to food, and with respect to gas.
$17,600 on salmon? That's $100 more than what a Canadian will spend on groceries this year. Do you think that's fair to taxpayers?
Madam Chair, like I said, again, I'm here to do serious thing. The serious thing to do in a moment like that is to support Canadian affordability.
You
Is
think
an
it's
issue
taking it
that is of
serious to
concern
spend
to not only Canada, but all our
$200,000 on
G7
lavish
partners.
meals on flights, on 3 flights? Is that fair?
I could not hear the question, Madam Chair.
It's very clear. The Prime Minister spent $200,000 on lavish meals on 3 flights, when your government has spent record numbers.
Thank you, Mr. Halan. That concludes your time. We'll continue now with Dr. Martin for 6 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre, d'être venu ce
Thank
matin.
you, Minister, for joining us here today. I'm delighted to be able to ask you a couple of questions on the financing of the funding from the federal government for healthcare, for food security, broadly speaking, on socioeconomic questions. And what impact will there be from these investments when a province or a territory or a sector or a municipality elect to back a step in the face of these federal investments?
Speaking with advocates for food security and as a former health executive, I've observed this phenomenon in action, where the federal government declares a priority, wishes to invest to make lives better for Canadians, and we won't name names, but a given municipality, a province, a private sector player might then see that investment as an invitation to get out of funding existing programs themselves, such that we don't see any net necessarily improvements in the front line. So I'm curious if you could speak to where in the spring economic update you see risks in that regard, and what are our tools as a federal government? Quels sont nos outils pour y répondre à
What are our tools to respond to this type of behavior? Thank you, Madam Chair, for the question. Thank you, dear colleague. First of all, it's really wonderful to see you here at the Parliament and to be able to work with colleagues who have such experience and expertise in the healthcare field. I think your experience will be of great value over the coming months. You're quite right in the spring economic update, but also in the 2025 budget. We responded to the province's concerns as concerns federal support for provinces when it comes to healthcare infrastructure.
You know, the federal government had not been really investing in health infrastructure directly. Obviously, we have the Canada Health Transfer, which support health in provinces across the country and territories. But this was in direct response to a request by the provinces. This is how you constructively work in this federation. And I must give kudos. C'était une demande du gouvernement du Québec qui nous avait demandé de.
It was actually a request from the government of Quebec which requested support for health infrastructure. And we saw recently the announcement of the Canadian Prime Minister with the Quebec Premier, $10 billion in infrastructure. It's the type of structural partnership that is so important for the economy, for infrastructure, for healthcare.
I would be, it's not for me to suggest for this committee what to do, but I would think that in this day and age, when I compare to other G7 nation, Nordic countries, one should be looking at innovation. And you're well placed to do that, I think, in this committee. What are the key innovations you see in the health field to improve services, to make sure that Canadians get the best possible services that they deserve? And I think, we often look at funding for health, but there's also innovation, how we can do practices, processes, and I think we should inspire what is the best practices to make sure that we deliver the best possible care for Canadians. And that could be something that this committee could help in a way in a study, the government, to analyze, broadly speaking, in the G7, OECD, what other colleagues are doing around the world. Everyone is facing a level of pressure when it comes to the fiscal framework. And different countries have adopted different approach, but very much looking forward to your advice on this.
Thank you. And just to continue on the theme of housing, particularly for vulnerable people, and I want to respect, of course, that we're talking about Bill C-30 today, but I can't help but be influenced by the pre-budget consultations that this committee has been undertaking in parallel with this. And we've heard from many witnesses about the importance of ensuring that when we talk about building housing infrastructure, that we do so with an eye to particularly marginalized or vulnerable groups, whether that's people with disabilities, whether it's women who are and families who are fleeing intimate partner violence. Can you talk a little bit about how you see Bill C-30 responding to the needs of groups whose housing requirements won't fit into the regular market structures?
Well, Madam Chair, again, thank you for this is a very important question you're asking. And I would say, when you look at affordability, and we've seen, going back to what my colleagues, and Canadians understand that, the global events are translating now into affordability issues. And Canada's not immune to that. It's the same thing. I can tell you, I come back from the G7 meeting in Europe just a week or so ago, and we're seeing now a clear nexus between food security, energy security, economic security, and national security. Like what you're seeing in the Middle East and with the tariff situation is translating into an affordability issue. And the first pillar of affordability, and the chair would know that because she's done a lot of work on that, is having an affordable and secure home. That's the first pillar. People want to have an affordable home, so they don't have to put more than what they should in terms of their disposable income for housing or rent. And I think that is the key pillar. That's why you've seen the focused generational investment to provide more affordable housing, but also, to your point, as a health specialist, in the whole spectrum to make sure we do that in the appropriate way.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Dr. Martin. That concludes the time. On va continuer maintenant avec Monsieur Saint-Marie pour 6 minutes.
We'll now move on to Mr. Saint-Marie for 6 minutes. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister, Madame Dancy and Madame Lavoie. It's always a pleasure to meet you here and discuss with you. And I'd also like to say good morning to all the colleagues here in committee, Madam Chair, and the support staff. I'd like to take up a number of subjects with you, Minister. The first is the situation of the Saint-Marie Steelworks, which has been placed under creditor protection. I heard that I understand that there was a first amount from the BDC, first package of financial aid, but that was insufficient. Is the government planning to do everything in its powers to save factories such as the steelworks there by increasing its support? And what we're asking for is a system of buyback of compensating rights to help these such businesses while we sort out the tariff conflict with the United States. So first of all, let me just say that you're an exceptional colleague. It's always wonderful to meet you here at the committee and to work with you. And I've had the opportunity to present testimony on many occasions here. When it comes to softwood lumber, I come from Mauricie. It's very much part of the DNA of folks in our part of Quebec. In the forestry sector, Minister Hutchin was with leaders and federal and provincial actors in this very important sector for the Canadian economy. And as you said, it's a sector that's facing it's been facing this for a very long time now, for decades. And that's why we've set up a number of instruments with the Infrastructure Bank, with the BDC, to indeed support this sector as it goes through this period of uncertainty, but also to look toward innovation, because I think there are thoroughgoing changes that have to be made. There's a role for the federal government. There's also a role for provincial governments. As you know, the cost of fiber, the availability of pulp and fiber, to have an industry that is prosperous into the long term. That's why the major summit took place, and it's going in the right directions. I often speak with representatives of the forestry sector to see how we can deal with the current situation, but also support the industry into the long term. Thank you very much. It's the most important, it's the biggest employer in Matawinie, and so we're asking the government to do everything to support them. And also in the Matawinie region, you were talking. I'd like to talk to you about housing in Matawan. A month ago, Amnesty International published a really worrying report about the lack of housing. There are families with 23 people living in the same home, 5 children in one room. Is the government planning to take an initiative to build more homes, as the former Prime Minister did between now and 2030? You and I are actually our neighbors. Our ridings are neighbors. I have the pleasure of representing a community in that same area. I read that report. I met representatives of Manawan. They were here at the Parliament, and I said hello to them, and we met briefly. We've made significant investments in housing. Is there still more to do? Of course. It's clear that this problem of the situation, especially in Manawan, really draws my attention, and for you as well. We're from that region of the country. And that's why I met with the minister in charge to see what's the specific situation in Manawan, what led to this, what measures can be taken. And a number of funds were set aside, infrastructure, housing for Indigenous communities. And we want to see how these funds are deployed to support the Manawan community. Thank you very much. Yesterday, the chief, C.P. Clement, was here on the Hill. He met Madame Minister Gomasti, and he also met the Prime Minister a few weeks ago, and so we hope that the government will be able to respond to their needs. Another completely different subject, you can't overestimate my disappointment when I heard at the end of last week when your industry minister colleague cut back on what you promised 2 years ago, that is support for organizations supporting consumer rights, the Union des Consommateurs, Option Consommateur. You said when you were Minister of Industry that we would actually triple support for such bodies, 5 million every year, over 5 years. That was 2 years ago, and actually this is all being cut back. And so these organizations, which do very important work around shrinkflation, the rights of air travel passengers, and they can't do this work without this support. Can the government overturn this decision, which really is just nickel and diming these organizations? Yes, I'm familiar with these organizations. When you look at how we can be more effective, we've tried to focus on the tools of the Competition Bureau, which plays an important role. As you know, these organizations are mostly funded by provincial governments, and in Quebec, it also receives Option Consommation also receives funding from the Quebec government. We're partners, but I think there are different ways to support such organizations, and it's clear that in our modernization plan, we're looking at how we can better deliver, but we're very much focused on the question of competition. Thank you, Mr. Samuel. We'll now continue with Mr. Lefebvre for 6 minutes. Thank you, Madam. 5 minutes, I'm sorry. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Minister. Good morning. Good morning to those who are with your Maritime Launch Service, a private business which rents for $13,500 private lands in Nova Scotia, rents the land to the federal government for $20 million for over 10 years for a total of $200 million. Mr. Minister, my question is very simple. Have you already met representatives of Maritime Launch Services? Chair, I've already had the pleasure to answer Mr. Lefebvre's question on this at plenary. I just have 5 minutes. Were you able to meet them? I can't answer you in detail on this morning, Mister. My question was just to know if you had met them. You met them on August 13th, 2024. You were Minister of Industry from 2021 to 2025. Was your chiefs of staff, did your chief of staff, Yann Fouché, meet people from Maritime Launch Services? Thank you for telling me I was Minister of Vision 2021, 2025. That was for several years. I enjoyed being Minister. You're a very capable politician. I'm just wondering if your chief of staff met anyone from Maritime Launch Service. You just said you have information that suggests that I already met these people, but I think the more important question is a question of national security. Why does Canada invest? Your chief of staff met them 14 times. 14 times that they met Maritime Launch Services. My question is very straightforward. When were you made aware of this financial scandal? I would say, Chair, that people watching us from home understand the importance for Canada of having a space industry. And if you speak with those who are familiar with the sector, please don't tell me about astronauts this morning, Minister. Please don't talk to me about astronauts today. People laughed at the answer you provided in the House last week. We're talking about a financial scandal. People are really outraged. We're talking about $13,500 that's rented out at $20 million. Who negotiated this contract and who signed this contract? I'm not sure if you have the same respect I have for astronauts, but I think Canadians really respect our astronauts. Minister, Madam Chair, Minister is putting words in my mouth. I have enormous respect for astronauts. But I also have a lot of respect for the money that Canadians send us that we're expected to manage responsibly, and to $13,500 and then pay $20 million out, $200 million over 10 years. That's a lack of respect for Canadians. My question is very simple. Minister, who signed that contract? Chair, I would invite my colleague to speak with people from the Canada Space Agency who are experts in national security, who would tell him about the importance of having a launch site to launch low orbit satellites. Can someone tell me? Can we invite the people or speak with the people who would tell us who signed this contract? I was saying to my colleague, I invite him to speak with those who are familiar with space questions, national security related questions, and they can explain to him why this is important. I'm not talking about the importance of I'm talking about the proper management of public funds. This is a financial scandal. I support astronauts. That's all fine and dandy. But now we want to know who signed this contract and when were you made aware? Your chief of staff met them 14 times. On the advisory committee, there's a former minister from Nova Scotia who is on the board. Do you agree that we can meet them together to find out who negotiated this agreement? If the committee wants to speak with the officers of the Canada Space Agency, I think they can offer some insights. I have a lot of respect for Mr. Lefebvre, but I think he's missing the broader question of national security, space security, in which Canada seeks to play an important role. Thank you, Mr. Lefebvre. Thank you, Minister.
5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and welcome to the Minister this morning. Minister, our government's spoken extensively about improving productivity, strengthening the trade corridors, and building the infrastructure needed to support long-term economic growth. And I'm not going to be talking down Atlantic Canada investment this morning. I'm going to be promoting it, and that may not surprise you. So I'll tell you, I'm in my riding in Cardigan, PEI this morning, and I'm attending a rural development conference with our Secretary of State for Rural Development, Buckley Belanger. And as we travel around the district, we're getting a lot of excitement from our fishers and our small business people with the commitment of almost $1 billion announced to small crafts and harbors in Atlantic Canada and throughout Canada for all our coastal communities. Another critical piece of infrastructure here in PEI is our ferry service between Wood Islands and Caribou, which you would be aware of. Now, that ferry service brings about 1 million visitors to PEI every year. In Budget 2025, the Prime Minister lowered the fares on those ferries. Last year, in 2025 alone, we had an increase of 100,000 visitors using the ferry service with that measure. So going forward, my question for you is, as Canada advances its nation-building agenda and we seek to improve productivity, what's the government's view of regional transportation links like the Wood Islands ferry service, small crafts and harbors, marine infrastructure, everything that gives us opportunities in rural coastal communities to contribute to the growth of Canada?
Well, Madam Chair, what a great question. And lucky you that you could be in PEI today. Big shout out to everyone in PEI. I was just in Newfoundland and Labrador. I was in St. John's Monday and Tuesday. And actually, just like we see in Atlantic Canada, there's something special in your part of the country. You know, people rub their sleeves. They see not only challenges, but they can seize opportunities. And I've never been more confident about, the economy in Atlantic Canada. We're looking at the number of opportunities. You mentioned Small Craft Harbor. And I want to say in front of everyone in Prince Edward Island, which are watching this morning, the key role you played with your colleagues in Atlantic Canada to make sure that we would double the support for Small Craft Harbor. I was at Pointe Lumière recently in New Brunswick with Minister LeBlanc, and I had the pleasure to sit down and meet fishers that were explaining us, the 950 small craft harbors we have across the country. They are more than a port. They are the livelihood. They are the center of communities. And I want to say to everyone watching this morning that thanks to your leadership and your good work, we have met the moment. We understand how the ocean economy is key to Atlantic Canada. We understand how seafood industry is one of the key exports. We understand that I had even the chance to look at one of the cold storage facility when I was in New Brunswick in an integrated fashion, how logistics is key to Atlantic Canada, and also your proximity to key markets as we're looking to diversify our exports overseas. Atlantic Canada as a geographic location that put it closer to Europe, for example, a very significant market. So I would want to reiterate that the investments we've been making, reducing the fare on the Confederation Bridge, supporting Atlantic Canada in fisheries, making sure that we have, the funds needed to support the fishers, the families, the community in Atlantic Canada. I think this is going to be a signature program for many, many communities and families that are watching today. And I want to thank you for your leadership.
So a second question to the Minister of Finance. We've made significant investments in housing, trade corridors, defense infrastructure, and on energy projects. Can you elaborate on the steps we've taken to ensure that we're going to have the people to train, recruit, and retain to do that work that's needed?
Well, again, Madam Chair, what an important question. We want to build a Canada for all and all for Canada. And part of that is to bring youth along with us. And that was something, I must say, Madam Chair, that at the Senate appearance yesterday, there was a lot of focus on youth. But we're going to train, we're going to provide opportunity for 80,000 to 100,000 young people in the country.
Great, thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr. Kent. On va continuer maintenant pour 2 minutes et demie avec Monsieur Saint-Marie.
2.5 minutes now for Mr. Saint-Marie. Thanks again, Chair. Minister, another subject, the situation in Cuba, when you see what's in the news, whatever media you hear from, it's a deep crisis. So I have a twofold crisis. Last year, it was 80 years of uninterrupted diplomatic relations between Canada and Cuba. Canadians have always had a special relationship with the Cuban people. Yes, we criticize the regime, but does the government commit to continue humanitarian support to support the Cuban population? And secondly, Canadian laws allow for mechanisms to protect Canadian economic interests on the island under the most recent decree. Companies are retiring. For example, the Blue Diamonds hotel chain, which is connected to Sunwing, that's created a lot of concern. Credit cards are no longer supported. The businesses are withdrawing. Will the government protect Canadian economic interests in Cuba against interference by third countries? So humanitarian aid and protecting Canadian economic interests in Cuba. You have experts here. You have the chair of the committee, who is also was a minister of international development. Canada has always played a frontline role when it comes to humanitarian assistance. So thanks for highlighting this, because Canada has always played a significant role in this regard. In terms of the broader economic landscape, I'm aware of some of these events. I had the opportunity to discuss with some of the involved parties, such as Sherritt, when I was a minister at the time of Foreign Affairs or of Industry. I was asked to intervene to support them. So this is something that we follow. And Mr. Saint-Marie, I would say that you're a very talented individual with great expertise. It's a very complex file, as you would agree. We do follow this and seek to support Canadian economic interests in an environment which is complex, volatile, and I would say even rather uncertain. And it's clear that we will always be here to support these economies. When it comes to humanitarian assistance, on humanitarian assistance, we can come back to you in writing with my colleague, who will have more details. But you have an expert here around the table, the former Minister of International Development, who's very familiar with the programs that exist in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Saint-Marie. Thank you, Minister.
5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, I asked the Bank of Canada Governor, officials of your department, the PBO, and you, in fact, last week for the cost of the Sovereign Wealth Fund, and I couldn't get straight answers. You referred me to the total interest charge of all Canadian debt, and it was $58 billion. And you expected me to share that number with my constituents and say, figure it out. Figure out what is the actual cost for the Sovereign Wealth Fund. So I'd like to ask you again, how much is the interest cost for the $25 billion you're going to be borrowing for the Sovereign Wealth Fund? Just a number, please.
Well, thank you very much. And I recall your questions. You did ask me a few questions, but my answer will be the same. I would refer you to the main estimates and what has been provided there. You will see, and I can even quote you the pages where you can see the information.
I'd like the
which
number,
is relevant.
not the page. Just the number, not the page.
Well, like I said, this is all in the Spring Economic Update. You will see the details with respect
That
to
is
the
just
Sovereign
a
Wealth
pool
Fund.
of funds, not the actual number.
Like I said, all the information are there in an aggregate fashion.
Do you know the number of the cost of interest?
I said, Madam Chair, I'm quite happy to talk about the sovereign fund, and like I've answered my colleagues before, the data is included, in fact, in the spring economic update.
Minister, we are in a recession, and now this morning's PBO report even forecasts that the GDP growth will be lower than expected, lower than even the OECD had projected. As the economy worsens, Canadians will be paying for this interest, and they want to know how much they're on the hook for. So how much is the interest that they will have to pay on the $25 billion of debt?
Like I said, Madam Chair, I would refer to the OECD numbers that were published yesterday, which would say that Canada will have the second fastest growth
I'm asking
in
about
the
the interest,
G7.
the interest cost, Minister.
And with respect to the interest cost, like I said, I'd refer my colleague to table A19 on page 125 of the English version. She will find all the
Minister,
relevant information that has been
with all
made
due
public.
respect, you're refusing to state the number. However, your department actually just provided it on May 7th. Canadians will be on the hook for $750 million per year just on interest payments. Why are you withholding this number from Canadians?
Madam Chair, the member just stated a number which she say is public, so I'm not understanding the gist of the question. What I can say, Madam Chair, is that this is going to be transformational.
No,
and you have
Minister,
to look not only
I asked you for
at
the
the cost,
number
but you look at the benefit that is going to be provided to
Minister,
Canadians.
I asked you for the number several times. You refused to tell me last week. I'm giving you another chance now. You're still refusing to tell me. That's withholding the information. You know the number. It's $750 million per year. Now, you promised Canadians actually to reduce the deficit to GDP ratio after giving up the last fiscal anchor that didn't work for your political agenda. But now the PBO confirms that there's only a 1% chance that you will hit that deficit to GDP ratio. $750 million for the Sovereign Wealth Fund is just the interest for the debt. How much will the bureaucracy cost?
Madam Chair, let me quote a former PBO because I think it's important for Canadians to, and I quote, the hard target of balance the operating budget in 28-29 will put more constraints on the government than would fiscal rules tied to change in the size of the economy. That's from Kevin Page, Madam Chair, which is saying that our fiscal anchor are solid. And as I've said, with respect to the Canada Strong Fund, my colleague is focusing on the cost, but she's not telling Canadians the benefit that they will derive from that because the government of Canada can borrow at one of the lowest rates.
My question was very clear. It was about the cost of the bureaucracy, just the number.
Well, Madam Chair, again, she should also say to Canadians that if you look at the cost of borrowing for the government of Canada, we're one of the lowest in the G7, which allows us to borrow at very favorable rate in order to invest.
You're the Minister of Finance. We're in the Finance Committee. We expect numbers to be discussed. So I asked about the cost of the bureaucracy. You're not giving it to me. What will the cost be for the executive salaries?
Madam Chair, again, I think Canadians want to hear about the benefit that the Canada Strong Fund will be doing. And I provide perspective to Canadians and saying Canada can borrow at one of the lowest costs in the G7. We'll invest in Canadian companies
in
and
this
projects
morning's
of national
report,
interest.
We have now heard that interest costs will, in fact, probably go up. The PBO report actually also noted that government operational costs were revised upwards another $18 billion, up to $142 billion. Was the interest payments for the Sovereign Wealth Fund factored into your government's operational expenditures?
Thank you, Ms. Kobina. That concludes your time. We will continue now with Mr. Sawatsky for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister, for being here today. It's great to see you again. I agree with your opening statements. We are facing major economic headwinds, of course, with high energy prices, being uniquely affected by U.S. tariffs and global uncertainty. But we have a resilient country, a resilient people, and we're taking decisive action to build our economy and also help protect our people because, of course, there's a lot of Canadians that are feeling the pressure right now. People in my riding have spoken to me about the difficulty of the disability tax credit, the application process. It can be lengthy and difficult. It's an important source of support for many Canadians. It helps people access their disability benefits. Can you tell me and this committee how the new measures in Bill C-30 will make it easier for eligible Canadians to access the disability tax credit and the supports that will come with it?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I want to applaud your leadership and your work on the committee. Glad to see you on the committee. Just to go the macro, and I'll come to your question. You're quite right. I mean, what we're seeing coming back from G7 meetings and G20 is that it's the speed, scope, and scale of change, which is quite unprecedented. It's geopolitics, it's geoeconomic, it's supply chain, it's AI, it's quantum, it's cyber. And that is, giving the feeling of kind of a loss of control for many. Because, all of these things that are happening, like I said, even what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz, you're seeing how this is translating into affordability issues in pretty much every country. And therefore, there's a fact that, the Conservatives have not been able to understand yet, is that Canada is not immune to these global issues, like no country, the tariff situation, the Strait of Hormuz, the price of oil. So what we've done, we're very mindful that, if you go out here and you talk to Canadians, like I know you do, and I do, what's top of mind for them is affordability. Is the price of rent, is the price of gas, is the price of food. And so we've been acting on these three vectors, and at the same time, with respect to the disability tax credit, and I want to thank the chair again, because she's played a leading role to make sure that the government would do what's right. We have taken a number of measures to modernize the way the credit was administered, extend the benefit, making sure that we use less time of general practitioner, and I'm sure our colleague, Madam Martin, would have a view on that, which we're spending time in filling forms. We have made it easier, more certainly broader in the category of people that we cover. And I think it's just very much in line with our Canadian values. Those are some of the people that deserve certainly all our attention. I want to thank them. I want to thank their submission. We listened and we acted, and I want to praise the chair in particular and other member of the committee who have been really stellar leader in making sure with my parliamentary secretary, because my parliamentary secretary Turnbull has been a key advocate as well to make sure that we do the right thing.
Merci beaucoup. Et avec les 7 matchs de la Coupe du Monde de la
With
FIFA.
the 7 FIFA World Cup matches taking place and will have a big impact on the BC economy, Canada has an opportunity to highlight the role of our wine producers and brewers for the national international market. Through the spring economic opportunity, we are going to extend the reduction of or the suspension of excise tax, increasing the ceiling for producers, along with targeted measures for small brewers, with $30 million in support for these craft brewers. How will these measures support Canadian producers? First of all, thank you. I think this is one of the measures that everyone around the table, I'm sure, supports. The Bloc Québécois colleague, the Conservatives members, I'm trying to get a smile from them. Not so sure. I see that my Liberal colleagues have a big smile on their face, and I think we can all support this support for these microbrewers, these craft brewers who are in all the regions of our country, in many regions in any case, and it was really a measure that was necessary. You're quite right. We're going to have a summer filled with sporting events with the FIFA World Cup. There'll be a lot to celebrate. And I think it's also about supporting regional economic development, because often these microbrewers are in small communities, as in British Columbia, and giving them a bit of a leg up is a good thing. And the chair tells me that I have to wrap up my remarks. Thank you, Minister.
We're going to continue now with 5 minutes from Mr. Kelly.
Thank you. Minister, just this morning, the CFIB testified that their members, and their members would be, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of workers and businesses, are calling upon the government to have a time frame and lay out a plan for a balanced budget. Now, I've asked you this question literally dozens of times at this committee and at Committee of the Whole. I asked you last week at Committee of the Whole. You refused to answer this question. So I really hope that today might finally be the day that you can tell Canadians, because they're demanding this, in what year will your government balance the budget?
Well, let me talk a bit first about the CFIB. I saw them, and I want to thank them for they do important work, and we work very well with Dan Kelly and his team. I've answered, like you said, that question. Canada has the strongest fiscal position of the G7, and I think what Canadian will be pleased to hear is that yesterday, again, the OECD has said that we'd have the second fastest growth in the G7, and I can quote you the numbers if you want. That might be helpful.
No, if you're not going to answer the question, again, not answer the question, then we'll move on to another question, since you still refuse, despite being the Minister of Finance, who ought to have some kind of plan. This was a promise. You know, you ran in 2015. You promised a balanced budget following generational investment in infrastructure. The investment didn't happen. The infrastructure didn't get built. 10 years later, you promised the same thing. You don't deliver. You didn't balance the budget, and you refuse to even answer or even respond to any questions about a balanced budget. So let me ask you and bring to your attention this morning's PBO report. The PBO said, and we just got this was tabled just before you arrived here. I haven't had a chance to read the whole thing, but I got to page 13 where it says, we estimate that the likelihood that the deficit to GDP ratio will decline in every year over 2026 to 27 to 2030, 31 is less than 1%. So, Minister, you have cut loose every fiscal anchor that your government has ever subscribed to, given itself, and now the PBO says you have a 1% chance of meeting your new fiscal anchor. What credibility do you think you have on any fiscal matter?
Madam Chair, this is a serious moment. I think Canadians understand that, and that's why you need to focus on facts and figures. And that's why, like I said, Madam Chair, as I was trying to explain, and Canadians who are watching understand the dynamic in this committee this morning. But what they want to know is that the Canadian economy is resilient, that what we have seen is an increase in business investment in machinery and equipment, an increase of business investment in intellectual property, a decrease in government spending, and again, someone who doesn't need a clip, perhaps like my colleague, the International Monetary Fund. They don't need a clip. They don't need a clip. They said Canada has the strongest fiscal position of the G7. The OECD, which is also an international body, just said we will have the second fastest growth in the G7. Those are the facts. Those are the numbers, Madam Chair.
Minister, you had an opening statement to make and run your clock. I'd like you to actually answer a question. You did not answer my question about credibility around your fiscal anchor, which has been challenged quite vigorously this morning by the PBO. The PBO says there is less than a 1% chance that your deficit to GDP ratio will decline. Less than 1%. Do you agree with the PBO's assessment, yes or no?
I'm sure. I think Canadians are very smart. They understand that we're facing one of the most uncertain period since probably the Second World War, that the world is complex and volatile. But despite all that, that Canada's
you had a chance to make an opening statement. Now you're here to answer questions.
Assessed by international agency as being the second fastest in the G7.
No, you're here to answer questions. You can say whatever you want in your opening statement. Answer. Why do you refuse to answer questions put to you by parliamentarians? Parliamentarians are elected to question ministers and hold them to account. Why do you hold them in such contempt?
Madam Chair, I've answered all the questions. That's a subjective comment by the member. He may not like my answer because the Conservatives don't really like when we present facts. That's the problem. And I've seen that over a decade where they don't like facts, Madam Chair. That's what I present facts that they don't like it. But that's the answer.
Yes, I asked you if you agreed with the PBO, and you talked about something completely different. That's not an answer. It may be a response. It's words. You say words at committee, but that's not an answer. So will you answer the question? Your credibility has been challenged by the PBO. Do you agree with the PBO's assessment, yes or no?
Madam Chair, I will even cite...
Thank you, Minister. That concludes the time that we have. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. We will now continue with 5 minutes with Mr. Littell.
5 minutes. Excellent. This is going to be tough. Monsieur le Ministre, bonjour. Bonjour.
Good morning, Minister. Good morning to officials. Our country is indeed facing a very complex situation, as you already said several times. There's a kind of fog of uncertainty affecting everyone, especially Canada. because our economy is still very much integrated into the American economy, and so the fog here is denser than elsewhere. But in the economic update, one of the points that was observed and made public is that the deficit is not as high as the one that had been forecast in the November budget. And the reason for this drop of about $11 billion, the main reason is income tax. Income tax levels were higher than expected. I believe that when income tax is higher, even in a situation where we had lowered the rate, it means that the Canadian economy is very resilient and has performed very well. What's your opinion? First of all, thank you, Chair. Thank you, my colleagues, and Mr. Latawa, very capable economist. And I think this really places in context the discussion we're having here this morning. I think you have to first take a look at the macroeconomic situation. And I know that Canadians are able to understand what's going on a macroeconomic level. The IMF did indeed talk about economic fog that has kind of covered the entire planet. And in spite of the economic integration with our neighbor to the south, despite this very complex and volatile global situation, I believe that what we're seeing is that the Canadian economy is more resilient than people thought it would be. Canadian workers, Canadian industry, they're all more resilient than expected. And I know that this is something that Canadians understand, that in a world where there's so much uncertainty, what do we have to do? The Prime Minister has been very clear. We have to focus on what we control. And what do we control? We control investments that we can make here at home. And that's why we're making generational investments in housing, in infrastructure, in productivity and innovation, and in defense, because it's this type of initiative, and Mr. Letard, who's an expert, economic expert, knows, is that this is also something interpreted by the IMF, that countries who have the fiscal capacity, they mentioned 2 countries, not 10, they're talking about Germany and Canada. Why? Because we're the only 2 countries with a AAA credit rating, and they said that if you make generational investments in sectors that create economic growth, you will see the benefits, and that's what we're seeing. The plan we've put into place is working, it's moving forward, and the world macroeconomic situation is not good anywhere. But I think people following us this morning understand, who see that we have growth that is almost double of some of our G7 partners. It demonstrates how far the resilience of workers and the Canadian economy and the importance of the investments that we've made. We're talking about logistic corridors, doubling our exports, Chair. We're talking about a series of investments here at home. We're talking about developing infrastructure. For example, the agreement we made with Quebec just a few days ago of almost $10 billion, a historic agreement to build infrastructure across the country, and in Quebec in that case, in hospitals, in schools. And this is the type of thing that we can do to develop the Canadian economy, our workers and industry. Thank you, Minister. Of course, I fully share your opinion on this. You mentioned several times the recent OECD report that was made public yesterday or 2 days ago. When you look into the future, the OECD says that Canada is the second has the second highest rate of growth among G7 countries for 2026-27 period. And it's not only OECD that says this. Just this week, the Bank of Montreal and the CIBC released their economic forecast for 2026-2027. Other banks will do the same. And in both cases, both for BMO and CIBC, their forecasts are very close to those of the OECD. And so everyone can see that Canada, following the short hiatus. Oh, sorry, I have to cut you off. And so we'll wrap up this hour with Mr. Sainte-Marie for 2.5 minutes. Thank you again, Madam Chair. Minister, just 1 year ago, I was very disappointed when your government was was abandoning the tax on big tech to make sure that they pay their fair share. And they said, well, it'll just be a question of time we can reach an agreement with the government. This is what you said last year, and it hasn't happened. And now the CRTC and the government keeps saying it's an independent body. We're going to abide by its decisions. It says that online platforms such as Netflix should inject more funding into the local creation. It should go from 5 to 15%. And then we learned this week, well, after all, we're not going to stick to that. This is an irritant for Americans, and so we're not going to make them contribute. After all, this is what your colleague Mark Miller said. And so we're going to pay ourselves. It's good that there's money for local creation, for Canadian content, but shouldn't U.S. multinationals who come here and make a lot of money, shouldn't they pay their fair share? It's very nice to shake hands with the U.S. ambassador, but is it really wise to surrender, to lay down arms before the negotiating with the Americans even begins? Thank you, Mr. Sainte-Marie, for the question. Two things. First of all, we made important investments to support culture, to support the development of the blossoming of the French language, and we will always do this, and artists know this full well, especially if you see the recent announcements. And I think everyone understands the complex situation we're in, but these artists support the support of the federal government for cultural creators. And Mr. Sainte-Marie, you're a very wise person. We should always act in the interest of Canada to defend our interests across the country, and you understand that these are complex negotiations, I would say even volatile in many ways, but we have to take a position to defend the superior interests of all the sectors, of all workers, to position Canada all the while providing solid support. I was asked a question about the forestry sector. We support the forestry, we support aluminum, steel, and the auto sector. Thank you. On behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank the Minister for his time today.
10-minute pause before we return for the next session. Thank you. Committee suspended.
Back. We're going to resume. I'd like to welcome our witnesses from the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, Stéphanie Lavasseur, Second Vice President, and Brody Berrigan, Senior Director, Government Relations and Farm Policy.
Union of North America, we have Eric Olson, the Political Director for Canada West, de l'Institut économique de Montréal.
From the Montreal Economic Institute, once again here at the committee, we have Renaud Brossard, Vice President of Communications, and Gabriel Giguère, Senior Policy Analyst, and from the Université du Québec à Montréal International Aeronautics and Civil Aviation Observatory, we have Mehran Ebrahimi, Professor and Director of Research. I'd like to remind you of the following points. Please wait until I recognize you by name before speaking. For those participating by video conference, click on the microphone icon to activate your mic, and please mute yourself when you are not speaking. For interpretation and those on Zoom, you have a choice between floor English or French. For those in the room, you can use the earpiece and select the desired channel. I'd like to remind witnesses that committee members may ask questions in either French or English. If you will need interpretation, please take a moment now to prepare your earpiece and select the listening channel you need in advance in order to take full advantage of the time allotted for questions and answers. Sorry. And now we'll start with our witnesses. We'll have 5 minutes each. We'll begin with the Canadian Federation of Agriculture. Please go ahead. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Stéphanie Levasseur. I'm Vice President of the Canadian Federation of Agriculture, and I run an apple orchard in Fredericksburg in the south of Quebec. As you know, the CFA is Canada's largest general farm organization. It represents more than 190,000 farmers and farm families across the country. As you know, agriculture does not operate in a vacuum. Decisions taken across a range of departments, for example, on health, environmental, trade, or financial issues, have a direct impact on competitiveness, resilience, and the very viability of Canadian farm operations. We need a coordinated whole-of-government approach to preserve the vitality of our food system and our competitiveness in global markets. Fundamentally, food security depends on the productivity and economic viability of the agricultural sector. For years now, Canadian producers have been calling for regulatory mandates that explicitly recognize the importance not only of protecting health and the environment, but also of economic viability, competitiveness, and access to affordable food. In this context, we welcome and support the recognition of economic and food security in the amendments proposed in Bill C-30 that pertain to the Pest Control Products Act and the Canadian Food Inspection Agency Act. Ultimately, though, the effectiveness of these amendments will depend on how they are actually implemented, which includes ensuring that decisions remain grounded in science. We also advocate for ongoing collaboration with industry stakeholders and the agriculture sector, so these considerations are generally built into day-to-day regulatory decision-making rather than remaining lofty, overarching objectives. From the CFA's perspective, that course correction means, among other things, a more balanced, risk-based regulatory approach. Effective regulation should focus on managing risks rather than systematically seeking to eliminate them through a disproportionate means or without regard to real-world conditions of use. excessive precaution or a zero tolerance approach to risk can have unintended consequences. It can delay approvals, restrict access to essential tools, and reduce productivity without delivering any concrete improvements in safety. Faced with rising costs, climate challenges, and global competition, farmers need access to effective products to protect their crops and care for their animals. We also want to spell out clearly what these legislative changes should not do. They should not add new layers of bureaucracy, extend already substantial approval timelines, or impose additional uncertain requirements on registrants or producers. Nor should they require regulators to undertake extensive independent economic analyses that would risk further slowing decision-making processes. Resources are also a significant issue, both for the Pest Management Regulatory Agency and for the CFIA. Adequate resources are essential to maintaining inspection capacity, countering risks to animal and plant health, and ensuring alignment with our key trading partners. To preserve its reputation as a reliable supplier of safe, high-quality food, Canada needs a well-functioning regulatory system. More predictable regulatory decisions made more quickly would allow producers to plan with confidence, to invest in innovation, and to remain competitive in a rapidly changing global market. Just to wrap up, we will be pleased to work with parliamentarians and regulators to ensure that these changes are implemented in a way that strengthens Canada's agricultural sector without weakening public trust in our regulatory system. I look forward to answering your questions. Thank you, Madame Levasseur.
Brewers International Union of North America, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for inviting LiUNA Western Canada to appear before you today. My name is Eric Olson. I'm the political director with the LiUNA Western Canada subregion. For those of you who may be unfamiliar with us, we are the Labor's International Union of North America, and we are the largest private sector construction union in North America, with over 500,000 members, more than 140,000 in Canada. Our Western Canada subregion has approximately 20,000 members in 4 locals servicing the 4 western provinces and the north, with a proud 100-year history of building some of the most important and vital infrastructure in the country. A few of the notable projects our members built recently in Western Canada are the Trans Mountain Pipeline, the Kiosk Dam, Canada LNG, and Site C Dam. All of these major construction projects required skilled labor from across Canada. Labor mobility will be a key element as Canada builds major energy, transmission, port, road, rail, mining, and defense-related infrastructure throughout Western Canada and the North in the coming years. Our highly skilled, experienced members transfer easily between locals in order to deliver the critical labor that will be needed on specific projects. But at times, this comes at a cost to the member. LiUNA Western Canada applauds and supports the changes to the labor mobility tax credit contained in the spring economic update, and we urge this committee and all MPs to support moving forward with implementation of the provisions designed to support the building trades members who build this country. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Olson. On va continuer maintenant avec...
We'll now continue with the Montreal Economic Institute. You have 5 minutes. Thank you. Good morning to one and all. First, I'd like to thank you on my own behalf and on behalf of my colleague Gabriel Giguère for today's invitation. For those who aren't familiar with the MEI, we're an independent think tank with offices in Montreal, Ottawa, and Calgary that has been weighing in on Canada's public debate through its research and media work since 1998. one of the key issues we focus on is the sound management of public finances. That's what brings us here today. The trajectory Canada's budget has taken over the past decade is a concern for us. Each of the last 10 fiscal years has ended in a deficit. The current fiscal year projects a deficit, and even looking out into the future, there's still no balanced budget on the horizon. If nothing changes, the federal deficit will reach $117 billion in 2035, roughly double what it is today. That is not what anyone would call rigorous budget management. And yet, despite the deficits, as far as the eye can see, anticipated by the federal government, new programs keep being announced, as if we were swimming in surpluses. The best example is probably the Sovereign Fund, the creation of which was announced by the Prime Minister the day before this update was tabled. When talking about sovereign funds, the most commonly cited model is that of Norway and its government pension fund Global, whose assets now exceed 20 trillion kroner, or 3.5 trillion Canadian dollars. So 3.5 trillion Canadian dollars. But Canada's situation and Norway's are very different. While Norway has only run a single deficit since the start of the century, at the height of the pandemic in 2020, Canada has been running 10-figure deficits one after another and has yet to adopt a realistic plan to get back to a balanced budget. In other words, every dollar Ottawa puts into this new fund will not come from a surplus generated through sound fiscal management, but from expensive borrowing on debt markets.
For the benefit of the room, when talking about sovereign funds, the most commonly quoted model is that of Norway and its government pension fund Global, whose assets now surpass 20 trillion kroners, or 3.5 trillion Canadian dollars. Unfortunately, Canada and Norway's situation could not be more different. While Norway has only run a single deficit since the start of the century, it ran in 2020 at the height of the pandemic, Canada has run multiple 10-figure deficits and has yet to adopt a concrete plan to get its budget back to balance. In other terms, every single dollar that Ottawa will sink into this new fund will not come from surpluses made possible thanks to sound fiscal management, but from expensive new borrowings made on debt markets. Et dans sa conception, le Fonds souverain norvégien...
By design, Norway's sovereign fund is not allowed to invest its money in Norway itself to avoid overheating the domestic economy. That also has the effect of limiting the scope for political interference in how the money is allocated. The fund proposed by the current government, by contrast, would allocate its money exclusively in Canada and to a handful of selected sectors. Far from being a sovereign fund like Norway's, what the federal government is proposing today is really just the creation of yet another business support fund, with the only innovation being that it lets private individuals park their money in it if they believe that public servants and politicians are better placed to manage it than they are themselves. Looking at the various projects subsidized by governments at every level, you'll forgive me for having my doubts. While the federal government can play a role in fostering our economic prosperity, the role of financier is not one it's well equipped for, nor one it should be playing. Individuals and institutional investors who are risking their own money are far better placed to do that. Instead, the role the government is well equipped for, and where its involvement is appropriate, is creating an environment that is favorable to growth and investment. That means revisiting the tax and regulatory environment and the costs it imposes on the Canadian economy as a whole, rather than trying to pick a handful of winners or losers or businesses. Unfortunately, by proposing a fund financed with debt and managed by public servants, the government seems intent on persisting with the interventionist approach that has cost us dearly and delivered very little in recent years. Thank you for your time and attention. Thank you, Mr. Brossard. We're still waiting for Mr. Ebrahimi. If he joins the meeting later, we'll turn back to him. But let's start with questions from committee members.
Kobina for 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to all the witnesses. I'd like to start with Mr. Brossard. And you noted in your opening statement that a lot of your analysis focuses around sound management of public finances. And so I'm sure when the Prime Minister promised to spend less and invest more, this was a topic of interest for you. In this morning's PBO report, it is confirmed that the government operational costs were actually revised up $18 billion over the last 4 years to $142 billion. What do you think this means to Canadians more broadly? And also, do you think that this meets the Prime Minister's definition of spending less and investing more?
Thank you so much for the question. I would say if operational spending is going up, it is not investment. So it's spending more, and we're not necessarily seeing more investment out of this. Unfortunately, this has been the trend for a long time with the federal government. We've seen that there's been massive increases in hiring. We've seen that there's also a lot more money going towards the public service. Unfortunately, Canadians are not seeing results from that. Whether it is when you show up at the passport office and it's still very long and very hard to get a passport, or just in terms of everyday services Canadians rely on, they're seeing that there's an increase in cost, but they're not seeing that translate into better quality services, unfortunately.
In the report this morning, also I noted that there's a less than 1% chance of the government meeting the new fiscal anchor, which is a declining deficit to GDP ratio, and of course this is after the fact that they chose to give up the last fiscal anchor. What message do you think this sends Canadians and investors?
Thank you for the question. I think it sends the wrong message. We've been promised sound fiscal management by this government. We've been promised sound fiscal management for the past 10 years, and we have yet to see it. At the MEI, we looked into modeling what was going to come, not just until 2030. There's some modeling done by the Finance Department on that, but what was going to happen after 2030? Are we going to be on track to get back to balance? Unfortunately, when we look at the pace at which spending is increasing and all the planned increases that have been promised by this government, the deficit is going to increase to $117 billion in 2035 if nothing gets done. That's about twice as much as what it is today. This is not prudent fiscal management, and it is unfortunately going to keep costing future generations of Canadians even more money in debt interest payments every single year.
And of course, this is a big deal because Canadians pay a lot of taxes, and they pay taxes when they earn a paycheck, when they buy a house, when they own property, when they spend money, even when they die. So for Canadians, there is no chance to avoid the taxman, and they're paying a lot of taxes, and then now they're seeing their government giving away their taxes and not managing these taxes responsibly, and it's difficult to see, particularly in the context of the affordability challenge that we have. And now we are in a recession, so we're not seeing any results from any government policies. What do you think about the Canadian economy, the state of the Canadian economy right now?
Thank you for the question. And yes, we are in a recession. I mean, the definition is really clear. We've had two consecutive quarters with negative growth. That's a definition, is a textbook definition. Canada unfortunately fits that. But what's more worrying than the last 6 months is what's been happening over the past 10 years. We've had very, very low growth when we look at our GDP per capita. What does this mean? It means that Canadian standard of living is not going up, or it's going up very, very slowly. It's stagnating. Whereas some of our other peers in advanced nations are seeing their standard of living go up. So it means that Canadians are unfortunately having a little bit more trouble balancing their budget at the end of the month, simply because they don't have more funds, they don't have more money to spend on the everyday goods that they need. Just in the last 5 years, when we adjust to inflation, the growth in GDP per capita, or our economic pie per person, has only been of 3.5%. That is abysmally low, and that's what we would like to see this government work to reverse. Unfortunately, creating a new government fund to try and direct subsidies to specific industries is not the way to do that.
And it's on that topic, actually, we just had the finance minister here in committee, and I asked several questions around the fund because there are details that are still not clear. You did an in-depth analysis in your opening statement in terms of the issues and the differences between this fund and Norway. We just found out that the interest on the debt, the $25 billion of debt that this government is going to take on to seed this fund, will be $750 million per year. But that doesn't include the cost of the bureaucracy, of course. It doesn't include the executive salaries that we have seen inflated in other bureaucracies. Are you concerned with the lack of transparency with this fund that we have heard so far from this government and the finance minister, who refuse to answer questions?
You have 10 seconds for a response.
Absolutely. We are concerned. And you know, the cost of interest, that's assuming 3% interest. 750 million, that's about what 106,000 Canadian taxpayers pay in taxes every year. That's going to
Thank you,
go to
Mr.
fund the debt
Brassard.
on
That
that fund.
concludes your time. Thank you, Ms. Kobina. Je comprends maintenant qu'on a Professeur Ibrahimi avec nous.
We
Alors,
do have Professor Ibrahimi on the line. I'll give you the floor for your introductory remarks, and then we'll move on. We'll continue with questioning from committee members. You're on mute, Professor. Yes, sorry about that. Thank you, first and foremost, for providing this opportunity to take the floor here before the committee. I'm here as an expert in the area of aeronautics and aviation and everything having to do with airports. And so in this regard that I'm taking the floor today before you, my goal is to sensitize committee members around the fact that we are unfortunately in Canada, in spite of the fact that we have a very good airline manufacturers, and a good system, and that we have international aviation bodies located here in the country, we nonetheless have a substantial deficit when it comes to airport management. And this creates problems for the tourism appeal, for attracting tourists to the countries. It creates problems for the fluidity of passenger traffic through our airports, and it raises other problems, other supply problems, when airports have operational deficits. And we're hesitating when it comes and changing tack when it comes to the governance model in our airports. And up until now, at least, we have a status quo system which is creating problems, which is creating economic problems. And I think we should be asking ourselves questions about the role that the government wants to play with respect to airports, and this is why I wanted to take the floor to say that the status quo is very harmful to the country. And what do we want to do with airports? That's the real question. We don't have a strategy in this respect. The question is not just about whether it should be the private sector or the public sector, because there has been talk about privatizing airports, which is an important question. Before tackling that question, we should ask what we want to do, how we want to do it, and the importance of seeing airports as substantial infrastructure that contribute significantly to the economy. We need to have a debate on this question, because and the whole matter of whether it should be private or public, and should it be a public governance model, or with a private operator, we can be creative about those types of questions. But for the time being, the status quo is preventing us from really moving forward to have a genuine discussion about airport governance. And airports generate funds for the government. I have no problem with this. That's a good thing. That's not a problem either. The real question is whether we should see airport as a driver of economic development. And on this basis, we can consider models, whether they are public-private partnerships. All that is possible. But really, the heart of my remarks is to say that we can't sustain the status quo. We can't have maintain the current relationship with airports. We need, and whether it's public or private is not really the central question. The problem will just continue. if we don't change the overall model and the overall government's approach to the role of airports in our economy. And I really invite the committee to take a close look at this question, airports becoming and the governance model becoming a brake on economic development. Hundreds of thousands of people work in airports, and tens of millions of dollars are created for the GDP. I'll stop there, and I'm looking forward to answering your questions. Thank you, Professor. We'll continue with the round of questions. It's over to Mr. Littauer for 6 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Good morning to all our witnesses, and thank you for your participation. We have a number of organizations. My time is limited. Let me go as quickly as possible, and if I don't have the time to ask a specific question of you, please accept my apologies in advance, but I do appreciate all your attendance. Let me start with you, Mr. Olson.
I do know your colleagues, particularly the ones in the Toronto area, where actually quite a large proportion of their members, a significant proportion of their members, are actually folks of Portuguese origin. So I'm well aware of the work that LIUNA does, and work that is hugely important. You did mention the labor mobility tax credit, and yes, we do. We also think it's a hugely important point. But I would like to discuss with you, or if you have any ideas, I'm sure you do, on the training side, on the labor training side. The unions in general, and particularly LIUNA, you do have in-house training programs. Perhaps you could tell us, which I think are rather quite successful. Perhaps you could tell us a little bit about that?
Certainly, yes. We have training centers right across Western. I deal with Western Canada, so I can't speak on the East. But each local in the 4 provinces have training centers. We offer a variety of training from basic labor related training right through Red Seal. We are mobile with training. We go out and work with Indigenous groups, other groups across the West. It's a major part of what we do, and how we get our members to be the skills they need to be to build these projects.
Actually, yeah, I was going to mention the First Nations, because we do have, as you pointed out, several major projects underway in Western Canada, and one of the deciding factors, or one of the conditions, I should say it, is involvement and involvement by and benefits to First Nations, and one way to make sure that those benefits do flow through is employment opportunities, and to have employment opportunities, of course, they need training. And so for that, I commend the work that LIUNA does in that. And again, on the legislative side, we do have this tax credit, as well as other measures to fund skills training, which I think are useful. Madame Levasseur, j'irai maintenant un peu avec...
Madame Levasseur, I have a question for you. Of course, agriculture is a very important sector. You mentioned that the approach that you propose when it comes to regulation should be more around risk management rather than being more stringent. What exact legislative changes would you propose to go in the direction you suggest, that is risk management? Well, we know that zero risk just doesn't exist. Trying to regulate for zero risk is really just going nowhere. In farming, we need to innovate, to use new tools, and since we're a very small market, we're less attractive for businesses which are trying to get certain products certified. And so if we have a very overwhelming regulatory regimes, the minister was bragging about some of the OECD report, but we're 32nd when it comes to the weightiness or the restrictive nature of our regulatory system. So that's something that should also be quoted from the OECD report. We really need all the tools all the tools we can to make the farming sector more competitive. I'm not sure if my colleague would like to add anything in this regard.
Very quickly, I think with respect to specific legislative changes, the provisions outlined in Division 7 and Division 8 would recognize economic and food security interests in the mandates of the Pesticide Regulatory Directorate and the CFIA will go a long way towards accomplishing this objective. Implementation will be key, as Madame Levasseur said in her introductory remarks. So we do hope that PRD and CFIA will be open to further consultation and discussions with industry on how we can operationalize this new mandate that's outlined in the legislation. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Létard. Ça conclut votre temps.
Ah oui, déjà.
Oui, déjà.
Thank you. Your time is over already, yes. Before giving the floor to Madame de Bellefeuille, I'd just like to ask Professor Ibrahimi to raise the level of his microphone. That would make it easier for our interpreters. Madame de Bellefeuille, you have 6 minutes. Thank you very much, Chair. I'd like to welcome all our witnesses and thank them for appearing. I have a question for Professor Ibrahimi. Professor, we know that in unstable economic situations and in the current context of tension, some have tried to convince the government that the answer to all our problems, the key to success, is privatization of currently publicly owned sectors. And this prompts me to ask you a bit of a yes and no, play a yes and no game with you. Should we see airports as a milk cow or rather as a driver for economic activity? Yes or no, Professor? You're on mute again, Professor. Yes, as a driver for economic activity. In all countries, airports have been seen as a driver for economic activity, whether they are privately or publicly owned. Everyone has recognized the importance of airport contribution to the economic fabric, and this has been demonstrated whatever your ideology might be. There are figures, there are facts, and when you build a highway, at least here, you don't make people pay. It's publicly owned. But it contributes to economic development. People and goods are transported. It really generates economic activity, and airports should be seen through that lens. There are currently discussions underway, and it looks like the government might be tempted to privatize some airports. And when I speak with my colleague from Manicouagan on the north coast, it's clear that on the north shore, these are areas that are already poorly served by airports. They're not very thrilled by this idea. As we speak, do you think it's actually a good idea to privatize airports? If you look at the 3 biggest airports, the 3 best airports in the world, the 3 best are publicly owned airports. To say that privately owned airports are the solution, it's just not the case. And we've seen in some cases, Australia, Norway, and others, that when you move toward privatization, small airports in remote regions are not best served, do not really appeal to the private developer, because that's not where you can make real money, make real profits. They want to when you privatize, you're trying to attract investors who are looking for profit. Airports should be seen as a driver for economic activity, a connection to the outside world to bring in tourists for economic activity. And so whether it's public or private, the real question is, what do we want to do with our airports? What statute should be, what status should be delegated, or what role should be delegated to our airports? What's the role they play? But the government or the state, under the pretext of privatization, cannot say, oh, well, just let the private sector handle this, we'll withdraw. When this has happened, there's been a drop in the quality of service. Regions are more underserved, and ultimately it's actually more expensive than the outgoing status quo. So, Professor, what you're ultimately saying is that the C30 is seeking to change the role of the CFIA. I have thoughts about this, but what you're saying is that there should be no matter of privatizing right away without giving serious thought to what we want, to the mission of our airport infrastructure, because ultimately the state or the government has a role to play with respect to these this infrastructure. Are we placing the cart before the horse? And we see that the private sector is trying to profit from this current context of economic instability. There's no favorable wind for a boat that doesn't know where it's headed. We have to know where we're headed when it comes to airports. When you build an airport or a highway or any substantial infrastructure, what exactly is the goal? And for many decades, since the 1980s in any case, the dominant thinking has been that airports, we can get rents and fees from airports for landings and takeoffs, and I have no problem with that. That's a legitimate approach. But the real question is, on the side of this, is the mission of these entities clear and fulfilled? I'm not against privatization per se. There are private airports that work quite well. Look at Charles de Gaulle in Paris. These airports are private entities, but have a very clearly set out mission by the state, by the government, to ensure that that airports fulfill their mission, whereas we haven't really set out any type of mission for airports. Whether it's private or public, that's not the real question. What are we asking of our airports beyond money and fees? Okay, but what else? And if we don't have a clear answer to this question, whether it's private sector, and it's private sector will just be people who are after money and profit, and if it remains and the private sector will fill its pockets. But if we see airports as a driver for economic activity, then we can have a different approach. And so what you're saying, there's no underlying thought that's been given to this. Privatization is seen as a kind of magic wand. We'll sell problems, we'll create more liquidity, more cash inflow for the government. But this is a kind of warning you're putting out. Yes, quite right. Quite right. Thank you.
The Montreal Economic Institute, you again have testified about the frightening trajectory of the federal government's budget horizon here and the direction they're going. We had earlier testimony today from other witnesses that are calling on the government to at least have a plan, table some kind of long-term, if it must be, plan toward a balanced budget and to more disciplined budgeting. So the minister, subsequent to that, dismissed all of our questions around that issue. He appears to really hold in contempt anyone that would mention a balanced budget or remind him that in 2015, 10, 11 years ago, that they promised to deliver one. So if you could expand on your comment around the government budgeting, you said like the country is swimming in surpluses. What would a disciplined budget look like?
Well, thank you so much for the question. I think the first part of budget discipline would be to undo a lot of mistakes of the last 10 years. The unprecedented growth in the size of Canada's bureaucracy has been detrimental not just to the state of our finances, but also to the state of our economy. If you put more bureaucrats and more regulators, they're not necessarily going to do better bureaucracy or regulate better, they're going to regulate more and add bureaucratic layers. And that's what we've seen happening in this country for a long time. The first part of any plan to get back to balance should be to slim down the size of bureaucracy quite aggressively, and to see if we can use some of those new technologies, things such as AI, to progressively reduce the need for as many bureaucrats as what we have now. And then, of course, the other thing we need to look into is not to put in new spending, but rather to do a thorough program review. So to ask, not just is there a benefit to what we're doing, but also is this something that is an appropriate role for the federal government? We've seen the federal government expand into many areas of provincial jurisdiction, where it is not only not doing better, but also harming our federal finances.
Okay, thanks. That's bloated public service, intrusion into areas of provincial jurisdiction, excessive regulation. What about corporate welfare and the government's industrial policy?
I'm glad you ask. I come from a province that tried to master industrial policy as a way to promote economic growth. And when we look at the what was promised to be a sovereign wealth fund, I can't help but see another Invest Small Quebec, but this one with supposedly some participation from taxpayers. And I can tell you, if subsidies were a good tool for economic development, we'd know it in Quebec. Quebec would be the most wealthy province in the nation. Unfortunately, that is simply not the case. If Quebec has had growth in recent years, it is thanks to the genius of its entrepreneurs, and same with Canada, by the way. It is not thanks to government subsidies and industrial policy.
Okay, thanks. Back to your projection of a $117 billion deficit by 2035. Can you talk about what some of the consequences of this kind of deficit? Like we're eventually going to be on a treadmill that we can't get off of if we don't do something soon. Or would that be? I don't want to anticipate your answer, but is that a concern that you have?
It is certainly a concern we have. In our projection, so right now, the current federal deficit is $65 billion. If we keep spending the way we're spending, it's going to be $117 billion in 2035. Well, part of that is that every time we spend more than what our revenues bring in, well, that goes into debt. And unfortunately, debt is a very expensive thing. It means we have more interest payments to pay. What we found is that the net debt in Canada would go up from about $1.5 trillion right now to about $2.4 trillion in 2035 if nothing changes. So that means more interest payments on the debt, more taxpayers' money going to only to service that debt, and less money available for services or to cut Canadians' taxes.
And you would note that we're already there where the cost of debt service exceeds health transfers and national defense and virtually every other government program, I think, other than OAS. Any comment on that?
Well, it's actually one of the areas with which we're seeing significant cost pressure towards 2035. There's three things that are going to grow massively. One of them is military spending. The other one is transfers to senior. And then, of course, interest payments on debt. These are some of the cost drivers.
Thank you very much,
Mr.
Broussard. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. We're going to continue now with Mr. Turnbull for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks to all the witnesses for being here today. It's a very important conversation, and I know the Spring Economic Update Implementation Act has got lots in it that's interesting. I'm particularly focused on all of the infrastructure, housing, defense capabilities that we're building across the country, and just I come from the Durham region, so just outside of Toronto, where we've announced a major project of a first 4 small modular reactors at Darlington, which is great news because it comes with 18,000 construction jobs, and I really value the work of our tradespeople. And I myself at one time was a stonemason. I was never a Red Sealed certified, but did that for 9 years to put myself through university. And so I really value the hard work of men and women across the country that are going to help us build up the country in ways that we really need right now. And the government has really made this a priority We've heard from members opposite in opposition parties that don't like when governments are in situations where I think we need to stimulate investment in the economy. We need to add certainty when there is this sort of cloud of uncertainty that's not within our control. So what we've chosen to do is what the International Monetary Fund has actually recommended, which is that Canada use its fiscal capacity to stimulate growth strategically in industries where we have a strategic advantage, where we know it aligns with what the general public wants to see, but then the jobs that it creates, the livelihoods, the careers, the good-paying jobs, the good-paying union jobs that it creates. So I want to ask Mr. Olson from LIUNA about the labor mobility tax deduction and the major investments in skilled trades that are in the spring economic update that I think are so valuable. Again, I have Durham College in my riding as well. They have a skilled trades innovation center, a training center, and it just added 650 new spots for skilled trades trainees, and very, very proud of our region and proud to see many more young people get opportunities in the skilled trades. So Mr. Olson, maybe I'll hand it to you for some comments.
Well, thank you very much. These projects, private sector, public sector, really doesn't matter. These projects will require thousands and thousands of tradespeople to build. And we need, as the public or in the public sphere, there's always this talk of a shortage of skilled labor. And we can see that coming. People my age are aging out of the work. So we do need to train. We need to get as many apprentices on these jobs as possible. Our position is that project labor agreements with built-in standards for number of apprentices, number of Indigenous people, underrepresented groups, et cetera, will help get that skilled labor and up to the point where we need it. Now, I have lots of, you mentioned your experience. I have lots of experience working on these projects. I spent, prior to this job I'm in now, 10 years working in camps on major projects. And the turnover rate and the number of people required to build these is monstrous. It's, you're a 4,000 person camp with, you might have 6,000 or 8,000 people working on each project. So it's really important that the amount of money that has been put forward for training, it's helping all our building trades expand our training capability and try and fulfill the mandate of building this country.
Thank you, sir. Really appreciate that response. Do you think we've gotten it right in terms of the design of the way that we've structured the apprenticeship grants and the hiring incentive for SMEs and then the completion bonus? I mean, I think these are elements that, wow, when I think back to when I was a young person doing stonemasonry, if I had had the opportunity to have a bit of a wage bump and train on the job and take an apprenticeship, I might have actually gone through the Red Seal certification process. Can you just speak to whether you think we've got that right?
Apologies, we don't have time for a response. Thank you. But we'll continue with Madame de Bellefeuille pour terminer à cette heure-là. Merci.
Over to Madame de Bellefeuille. Thank you, Chair. Madame Levasseur, I have 2.5 minutes, and I'd like to ask you a question. Let me just say that I'm a bit worried about the mission change at CFIA because I'm worried that we're actually going toward lowering standards rather than strengthening them. And for members from farming ridings, I know that food and vegetable producers are compete with Mexico, with the United States, with Chile, with Peru, who use pesticides which are banned here in Canada for our producers, and yet they are in competition with them, and this is very unfair, competition with countries who use products that aren't allowed here but end up on our plates. And so the demand coming from farm producers is to ask for standardized, harmonized standards, that there should be reciprocity when it comes to trade negotiations. It's not normal. It's not acceptable that I can buy a green pepper from Florida when I'm in Shonington and Saint Michel, just a few kilometers from me. There are big producers who produce the same vegetables, but they can't produce at the same price. And so I'm worried about this. I'm also worried that Quebec innovators, inventors, who know how to have organic solutions to control pests, can't get these less polluting innovations approved. These are less dangerous for health. They'd have difficulty getting recognition from Health Canada to have their products and their innovations certified. How can we ensure that these people who are looking to be competitive but also want to uphold health and security and productivity levels by using less toxic products, they should also be able to find their place in the marketplace? And I'm worried that this is actually just to mollify the big pesticide lobbies who seem to have won this battle. Is it possible to quickly certify products without concern for health and safety? And I know you're not necessarily against these changes. Sorry, Madame Levasseur, we don't have enough time. This brings an end to our, but on behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank all our witnesses here today, and we'll suspend for 5 minutes to prepare for the imminent arrival of the Minister of Transport.
Colleagues, please take your seats. Welcome back for our fourth hour today on Bill C-30. I would like to take a moment to welcome the Honourable Steve McKinnon, the Deputy Minister of Transport. He is joined by the Minister of Transport, apologies. He is joined by the Deputy Minister, Michael Vandergrift, and the Assistant Deputy Minister, Serge Benjamin. Minister, you have 5 minutes for your opening remarks.
Madame la Présidente et à tous les membres.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks to committee members. Thanks for inviting me here today to provide an overview of a key measure contained in Bill C-30, the Spring Economic Statement Implementation Act, specifically the Airport Information Provision. As you know, Canada's airports are central to our economy, connectivity, and to the daily lives of Canadians. They are managed by a range of organizations, including not-for-profit corporations and other levels of government. However, as a Minister of Transport, I currently have limited means to require airport owners, operators, and related groups to disclose information that is needed for policy development. Access is limited now for the federal government, including for myself as Minister of Transport. Bill C-30 proposes a measure that will close this gap.
The Minister of Transport would be able to require airport owners, operators, and others whose activities could affect airport value to provide information when needed. The sharing of relevant airport information will help improve our understanding of the sector and support evidence-based decision-making. This information could help us identify potential adjustments to the existing model that could attract more private investment. This initiative is crucial for advancing goals that matter to Canadians, such as affordability, enhanced economic development, and an improved passenger experience. Je tiens à souligner que la collaboration demeure.
I'd like to highlight that collaboration is at the heart of our approach. We're working in close cooperation with the airport authorities to gather information on a voluntary basis and to maintain open dialogue with the sector.
The Government of Canada to advance policy development in other areas, such as improving air travel affordability, expanding regional connectivity, and responding effectively to operational challenges. Ultimately, the measure would further enable Transport Canada to carry out its mandate to build a more secure and reliable aviation transportation system. We will use the ability to request information only when needed so we can keep Canada's transportation system strong and able to meet the needs of Canadians. Et pour conclure, Madame la Présidente, cette mesure reflète...
In closing, Chair, this measure underscores our commitment to evidence-based decision-making and to making sure that Canada's airports remain strong economic drivers. The information we gather will help us analyze how different airport ownership models impact the air sector.
To support economic growth, encourage investment, create more opportunities for both the industry and Canadians. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Short and concise, much appreciated. We will begin with Mr. Albus for 6 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Minister, Deputy Minister, and officials for making yourselves available to discuss this important piece of legislation. Minister, this casts a wide web across all airports. What should airports be concerned about in terms of this new requirements?
I don't think they should be concerned at all. In fact, what we're seeing is a good deal of cooperation between airport authorities. The Deputy Minister just met with the Airports Council, and we're seeing voluntary compliance with information requests.
So if you are seeking voluntary information, why are you legislating it?
Well, there's a chicken and there's an egg. Sometimes we wanted to ensure that we can run a process that is uniform, where we are able to access information as required, but only when required, and have the ability that, quite frankly, surprised me as Minister of Transport that we did not already have, which was to secure operational data from airport authorities.
So I really wonder, first of all, Minister, your department is a bit of a mess right now when it comes to aviation. We see what's happened at the W5 expose on Pearson, and suddenly requiring small airports such as Castlegar or Comox to comply and to send you information. Are you actually going to be looking at these things, or is this about something else? Is it about the valuation of certain airports, and that you're using this catch-all mechanism to basically require information from the major airports so that you can so-called asset recycle them?
We're looking for operational data that, frankly, I believe the Government of Canada should be in possession of in any event. And you reference security issues. That would be a relevant area of study and examination in terms of operational data. We have some. We don't have all. But I do want to reassure those in Castlegar and Comox that we have made no request for their data as yet.
Well, again, you cast a web on all airports, so are you asking for all airports to comply or not?
Well, we don't want to legislate this piecemeal. We'll have this provision that will allow the Minister of Transport to make an information request. That, again, is something I believe that should be de rigueur, should be normal in any event. To reiterate, was surprised that we did not have ready access to this data. I suspect there will be.
Speaking of the data,
there'll be a high degree of voluntary compliance.
Are you going to be seeking information around airport improvement fees and their debt levels? Because right now it seems to me, Minister, that it seems awfully strange that you're more interested in looking at the valuation of these assets for other means rather than fixing the problems in Canadian airports, like CBSA computer shortages, like NAVCAN has labor shortages, and also we have the issue of airport baggage screening by non-passenger screening requirements, which are your direct responsibility, Minister.
There is no hierarchy of issues to resolve, and we are able to deal with all of those issues in parallel, and that we can drill down into any one of them if you wish.
Let's start with that. What are you doing right now in regards to Pearson screening requirements? It's Transport Canada that has the lead on that. How is it that people right now are being detained, arrested, and then caught up in CBSA's system forevermore for something they didn't do that is your responsibility to make sure bad people can't get those jobs and stay in those jobs?
Well, there's a lot in that question. CBSA, of course, reports to the Minister of Public Safety, with whom I work obviously very closely. The fact is that we revoke these credentials regularly. We have a constant system of ongoing revocation of credentials. We take this very seriously. As you know, the system that we implement requires us to assess the risk to aviation safety. I've asked my officials to examine whether that is an appropriate test, but I would point out that substantially many of the people who were the objects of interest in the recent television report all had their credentials.
Minister, this is the first time you've publicly spoken about this. You are the minister responsible. What one concrete measure have you done beyond talk to your officials and say that you're handling, you can do everything at the same time? As far as I can see, Minister, you are a part-time transport minister, a full-time House Leader.
Don't tell my wife that. She has noted that we spend a lot
Minister,
more
I'd like you to actually, this is serious. Be serious.
Of course, well, it's not serious to call me a part-time transport minister. That's the part that's unserious. The fact is that we have gone very deep in looking at this system. This is a system that has been built up over...
One concrete measure, please, Minister, beyond talking to your officials.
We're not going to do something where we haven't considered all of these are very intricate and delicate interconnected systems. We are not going to do anything rash, but I can tell you that in federal transportation infrastructure, security is something that preoccupies me and that I spend a lot of time dealing with.
On va continuer maintenant avec Monsieur Lavoie pour ses
We'll now move over to Mr. Lavoie for 6 minutes. You're here for a whole hour. That's a real delight. Last November, you came to Quebec City. You came to see our port, the airport. It had been 10 years since a Minister of Transport hadn't come, and that just shows how much importance you accord to this question. And let me take advantage of your presence here that in Quebec City, the Beauport and Limoilou, the airport plays such an important role, the importance of the port for other infrastructure, the importance of this for the supply chain, the LRT or the tram that we just heard about this past week, all the rail infrastructure that's been invested in. It's not just a departure point, but an arrival point in Quebec, at Quebec City. So thanks for taking the time for making the trip to Quebec City. It was really important for people there. So let's talk about the Quebec City Airport. The Quebec City in May 2026, just less than a month ago, it had hit record levels of passenger flows. 1.7 million just before the pandemic, 1.8 million now, just very strong growth. So among the measures of the spring economic update, what are the economic benefits for? Can it really help? Can these measures really help growing airports like the Quebec City Airport? Yes, very much so. And we're seeing the importance of mobility as such, not just mobility in and of itself, but also the opportunities that mobility creates when it comes to employment, for economic growth. We know that economic growth comes after the development of transportation means. And what I saw at the Jean Lesage Airport, what I really appreciate there is the need to invest in projects, even small projects. I often highlight this with the local authorities. Sometimes you can invest a little to make huge gains, and their vision included the possibility of new gates. Just adding a single gate can help to attract different types of aircraft, a new route, a new airline, and the growth, the focus on lasting growth raised by the local airport authority really struck me. So we're talking about vision, we're looking into the future, and you're talking about small measures at the Quebec City. Quebec City likes to talk that it's the biggest of the small airports. Stéphane, the CEO, does wonderful work there, and he's actually following this exchange. Let's imagine that he is listening. Over the next 20 years, what would you like to see for regional infrastructure, so important for Quebec City, for its development? If you look at all the infrastructure, whether it's the high-speed train or the tram line, in Quebec we're quite lucky. Quebec City, we have an airport, we have a port, we have a rail, we're a highway, a hub for highways. For the 10, 20 years, what's the vision you have for Quebec City Airport? Yes, we see how much opportunity developing transport infrastructure can create. And if you like, we're at the end of the beginning for public transit projects for Quebec City. I would say it's intermodality that is really the secret sauce. When we develop the Alto high-speed train, it will reach Quebec City. It'll be connected into local public transit, but a real tie-in between the train and the airport, with the highways as well, as you say, which are an important part of the whole system. And we're really moving towards something really useful and helpful, not just for people in Quebec City, but the whole surrounding areas, eastern Quebec, the southern shores, Charlevoix, developing tourism opportunities, business. It'll be much easier. You can imagine that in Quebec City, you get up, I know it's a sensitive question, but you get up at 5 p.m., you can go to the Bell Center and come back the same evening. Or imagine you live in Trois-Rivières and you want to take a flight to a sun destination early in the morning. You can get up, get on the high-speed train, and get to the airport quickly, and then take the flight. That will just change things fundamentally for people in Quebec City and in Quebec, in all of Quebec. Yes, I've worked with the business people over the past 25 years, and this is what they need. If we wanted to develop Quebec, if we want to bring investment into Quebec, workers to Quebec, if we want to build industrial parks, buses, the tram. I like this idea of intermodal transportation. In the spring economic update, you talk about airport lands. Quebec City has a huge lands around the airport. It's something that could be used for commerce. How can these be developed? They're unused right now. What's your long-term vision for airport lands? And speak specifically of Quebec City. I'm sorry, your time is up. So we'll continue now with Madame de Bellefeuille for 6 minutes. Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Minister. It's a pleasure for me to be here today to take full advantage of your appearance. I'm not sure if you had the opportunity to hear the testimony of Professor Ebrahimini and airports and whether they should be a cash cow or an economic driver. And he was saying, as a professor, I think you know this professor, he's actually quite well known in Quebec, across the country and around the world for his excellent research. He said he was against the privatized. He didn't say he was against the privatization of airports, but that we had to give some serious thought to the role of airports, and that this hadn't taken place in the government. The government hadn't led this before, privatizing or not. We have to look at what role we want the airports to play. My colleagues on the Côte Nord, you may have heard this, is quite fearful about the consequences of just rushing forward with privatization without really giving serious thought to the role of airports. Regions are not well served as we speak. There are a lot of fears in the different regions of Quebec. So why are you thinking about privatization? Do you think that the private sector, which really just wants to make money, will better manage our airports? I think we have to really go through this exercise. Of course, all of this is at a very preliminary stage. It's clear for me this is all infrastructure that we need custom solutions for. The stage of development of different airports, the level of debt, their real estate holdings, the revenues, the source of their revenues, it really varies from one airport to the next. And so we have to look at this carefully on a case-by-case basis and come back with solutions. We're at these are very early days, and I'm sure this will reassure people from across Quebec regions, but also at Castlegar and Comox. before we get into a dialogue with the different regions, we have to work more closely with the airports, and of course focus on the more used, the bigger airports. The professor was saying that the most lucrative, the best functioning airports are actually publicly owned. So it's reassuring to hear you say that private airports aren't some kind of panacea, that they're not. That's not what's going to solve the problem. Because what we see elsewhere in the world is that there are publicly owned airports, and that they're the best. They're publicly owned. I'd like to now move on to another topic. That is intermodality. As you know, I am very attached to maritime travel. 50% of Canadian steel production will be transported by rail. I was quite surprised by this, and I know that you're thinking about solutions, because this really works against maritime transport. They have 122. There are 122 Canadian vessels that transport steel, and they don't really understand why you would want to disadvantage them in this way, given that rail receives 50% funding. Perhaps customers should choose how their steel should be transported. So, has the program come into force, and has the instruction been given to rails? And when we talk about rails, we're talking about CN. I'm not sure this is a company that needs government support. Yes, indeed. I'd like this to be a neutral choice. That is, the customer chooses the mode of transportation. With steel mills who should have their own choice. And I would like to continue with this approach, that the mode of transportation should be neutral. All of this is a bit more complicated. It's just not just a matter of implementing such a program even for rail. And just to lay the groundwork of a system that would allow for neutrality when it comes to this choice. Thanks for this transparent answer, because it's important for maritime transporters, which is a very important economic driver in the regions. And this leads me to my final question. Maybe I'll be able to wrap up in my second round, but I'm going to soon officially ask you to sponsor and to support a pilot project for a Valleyfield port with 1,000 or fewer containers. The Valleyfield port is very important to me. It's an important economic driver regionally. And I've had discussions with border services who asked me to ask you to issue a ministerial order to explore the idea of a pilot project, that there are innovative models that can be established around billing, and tariff rates. Transportation rates. Would you be open to the idea of a pilot project? I'm happy to consider any kind of a project alternative when it comes to customs clearance.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, thank you for being here. First question. Can you tell us how many meters of track have been laid for the Alto project?
None.
None so far. Yep. Then can you tell us why $3 million of bonuses have been given out?
Yeah, well, it is a Crown corporation. They follow the Treasury Board guidelines for performance management, and they have an independence in terms of a board.
Can you tell us which performances have been met so far?
Well, there are indeed phases and stages of this project, and I'm certain, while I'm not...
Can you table with the committee which performances have been met to meet the guidelines, and what exactly, how much money went to which executives for meeting those?
I'll return and happily supply you with whatever is it is possible to.
I appreciate that you confirmed. Minister, can you confirm that this Alto project won't go $1 over $90 billion?
I can confirm that there's a lot of engineering left to do, and we will. The interesting thing about cost estimates, as you would know, colleague, is that people want to know what things cost before things are designed. So I think people know intuitively when you talk about building a house. Well, a house can take many forms, and a house can contain many things. And
Minister,
until we have a final route,
I'm happy to
and
share.
the
I
final
was a home builder in my previous life, and we'd never gone over budget before because it was the responsible thing to do. Unlike your government, which has a track record of breaking every single budget. In fact, the PBO this morning has a scathing report. That's why I think it's important for taxpayers to know, while the Liberals are laughing at this, that they need to know that you guys budgeted $90 billion and it wouldn't go a dollar over. Can you confirm it won't go over $90 billion, yes or no?
I can confirm that as the cost estimates for the project continue to evolve, as we choose the final alignment and as we do the final engineering on that,
Minister,
we
I'll
will
probably
supply
take
all
that
of those
as a-
cost estimates. Yeah.
Okay, I'll take that as it'll go over for sure. Can you table, once that cost estimate is done, how much you're going to be giving in bonuses? Can you confirm that?
I can confirm that whatever compensation arrangements that Treasury Board prescribes and governs and are put in place will rigidly follow, and we will ensure that all.
Will you table?
We'll
how
ensure
much in
that
bonuses
we will
will be
ensure
given
that
out?
the pay linked to performance is only paid when performance
Right.
has
Minister,
been achieved.
I'll have to move on since you're not answering. In this spring economic statement, you guys talk about economic growth. Do you agree with StatsCan's Friday's report that Canada has had 2 consecutive quarters of GDP decline? Yes or no?
I will allow those who analyze such matters to analyze them. Here's what I can tell you. We are seeing a very promising horizon of transportation and infrastructure projects in Canada. That would include high-speed rail,
Minister,
port
reason for my
development,
question.
and all of these things will yield economic growth. So I'm very focused
So
on
you said economic
leading
growth,
indicators,
but the PBO
not lagging
in their new
indicators.
report is actually saying the opposite. In fact, we keep hearing from you for a year that you guys, Canada would be the strongest economy in the G7. 3 out of the last 4 quarters since the Prime Minister took office, the GDP has shrunk, totally debunking yourself of that claim. And now you're talking about economic growth. Can you confirm
Mr.
that
Hallen,
we're in a recession?
I say this
yes
with great affection.
Or no?
You were undoubtedly a great home builder. I think we should leave the economics to the economists and leave the.
We left it to you guys, and now we're in a recession. So now I have to ask you, are we in a recession, yes or no? Can you at least just say the word?
The country's encountering enormous headwinds.
So are the other
from
G7
a trade
countries.
war,
Why are
from
they
an
not in a
actual
recession?
war, a shooting war in the Middle East.
The rest
20%
of the
world's
rest of the
energy
G7
exports.
countries are in the exact same position as Canada. Why is Canada the
Well,
only
they're not.
country
They're not
in the entire G20 actually?
They're not
that are in a
geographically
recession?
located next to and economically intertwined with
So Mexico
the United
is
States of America.
sharing a border with the U.S. and
You said
more
the G7.
intertwined than what Canada is.
You said the
Why are they
G7.
not in a
Thank you,
recession?
So it goes a long way from the
Thank you,
G7,
Minister.
and
We're
I
gonna
prefer
have
our
to-
economic outlook
Minister,
to
we're
that
gonna
of
have to
Mexico.
end it
Well,
Thank
there.
you.
Canadians
We're
don't.
gonna- thank
That's
you,
why we're in a
Mr.
recession.
Okay, we will continue now with 5 minutes from Mr. Littau, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and I will share my time with my neighbor, the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Finance. Monsieur le Ministre, bonjour.
Minister,
Bienvenue.
welcome. Good morning. We've heard so much about recession, but I won't go there. I would propose.
Voilà. Et je suggère, I would simply suggest that you contact or read the reports of the C.D. Howe Institute, which is the Canada's foremost authority on classifying whether or not there is a recession. Just read the C.D. Howe stuff, and they'll answer the question very directly. Maintenant, Monsieur le Ministre.
Now, Minister, I could also talk about the Alto project, which I support completely, and I really love the whole idea of intermodality. But on C30, we've talked about this. The colleague from the bloc mentioned this. It's important to properly assess the situation. What are we going to do with the airports? What factors should we consider as part of this thinking through things? I think one important thing is the need for information, and my impression is that that's what we're talking about here with Bill C-30, to give you the authority, the permission, the right, it's a bit strange to put it this way, to actually get that information. Would you like to say a few words about this? Yes, as I was telling the colleague earlier, I was actually, quite honestly, I was quite surprised that the Minister of Transport didn't actually have access, quick and easy access to this data. And when we started requesting this data, we've seen that there's actually a wonderful cooperation from airport authorities, but to take a bit more of to really dot our I's and cross our T's, we thought we should include this in legislation. Access to this information to properly assess operations, passenger flows, and this is why we included this in Bill C-30. We've been very transparent about this. We're looking at the possibility of privatizing. Canadians are the owners of these facilities, and they have the right to at least potentially maximize their investments in these facilities and profit in or take advantage of them in other ways. We're at a very early phase. I was the Bloc Québécois. As I was saying to the Bloc Québécois colleague, we anticipate that every facility, every piece of infrastructure is actually quite unique and will need custom-made solutions, and it will take time to assess all the different operations, and we're just at the beginning of this process, and we're really looking forward to the process, and I'll give the floor to my colleague.
Being here, and thanks for your leadership. Alto High-Speed Rail, I want you to know, as a member of Parliament that represents a riding in Durham region where eventually that high-speed rail will pass through, and someone like myself who's lived in major cities around the world that have high-speed rail, I have heard from countless constituents of their support for this project. And I want you to know that despite what we hear sometimes in the House of Commons with objections, and I understand, and I'm sure you appreciate, choosing a route and understanding there's displacement that happens with these major infrastructure projects, that those are aspects of this project that we need to be very sensitive to, and I trust that you will be sensitive to those. But I want you to have an opportunity to highlight some of the robust economic benefits that will come with Alto High-Speed Rail.
Thank you, and
30 seconds.
let me just say to people in Durham region, I know how mobility, transportation is a daily fact of life. So we indeed will have an exciting transformational project to propose to Canadians that will change life as we know it for literally 40% of the population of this country. A corridor where you can, new worlds of intercity travel. You're a student, you're a tourist, you're a business person, someone who wants to go to a hockey game or a baseball game and come back the same evening. All of these doors
Thank you,
open.
Minister. That concludes the time we have. Thank you, Mr. Turnbull. On va continuer maintenant avec Madame de Bellefeuille pour 2 minutes.
We'll now continue with Madame de Bellefeuille for 2.5 minutes. Thank you, Chair. It makes me smile to hear you talking about a baseball game or a hockey game. But when we're talking about Quebec City, I'm not sure how much this is going to cost. This is also the question, who can go to Quebec City in the afternoon, take the high-speed train, pay for a ticket at the Bell Centre? This is all rather expensive. Who has the money to pay for these TGV high-speed tickets? this should be affordable for everyone in Trois-Rivières and Quebec City to go see a soccer game too. Why not go see the impact? Who can afford this? We haven't seen a business plan to explain that this will indeed be accessible it'll be accessible for all Quebecers to take the high-speed train. I'd like to hear you on the fact that the Quebec Federation of Chambers of Commerce in their budget brief said that there are real delays when it comes to properly serving Quebec's regions with airport services. This is true in the Côte-Nord. This is true in Abitibi. This is true in all the regions of Quebec that I know. And so the idea is, what are you actually proposing to improve airport service in the regions, because this has been left to the wayside by Air Canada, and we feel that if there's privatization, things will get even worse. So what do you have to say about this? I would say that access to air transport for regions is of real concern to me. This is something I've given a lot of thought to. There are new models. There are different code sharing with the bigger carriers. Some carriers find that that could work, and that would help them to make a business case for serving smaller urban centers. And indeed, to come back to Mr. Lavoie's question, this is a possibility.
Carry on with this meeting while the bells are ringing.
Do we have unanimous consent to carry on with the meeting? Yes? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jalabal.
Thank you.
Please continue.
Donc, Québec pourrait en effet.
And so Quebec City could play a central role. Quebec City, of course, and Montreal, and the new Met Airport in Longueuil. So we're constantly assessing this question when it comes to air service for the regions. Thank you, Minister. That brings an end to our time.
5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, and thank you, Minister. So I too have questions about the affordability and viability of this project. I understand that there is no route and there is not an actual estimate yet. There is some working assumptions and working numbers that I understand your government's working number is a range of 60 to 90 billion. These things, on average, exceed these kinds of numbers by generally, I think, about 45% across the world with similar projects. So let's say the real range is maybe up to 130 billion. Let's hope it's not higher than that. But within these sort of working numbers, have you given thought to what the ticket price would have to be to cover the debt, repay the principal, and cover the operating expenses?
Well, Madame de Bellefeuille just asked or expressed the same concern. Obviously, we will choose an operating model. I had an interesting conversation with my Spanish counterpart, and his recommendation is to make those fees the fares as accessible as possible, and obviously that's what we'll do. I will say this, is that we continue to put in the work and do the analysis. Unfortunately, your leader did not. He came out against this project, made all kinds of assumptions, just like you just did, and expressed opposition to this very, very popular project, all the while advocating for other pieces of infrastructure that he cannot possibly know the cost of either, like energy infrastructure. So I'm very puzzled by the policies of the Conservative Party when it comes to this project. You have no idea what some infrastructure costs, but you demand it, and you have no idea what some other infrastructure costs, and you reject it. I don't get that approach at all.
You had your opening statement to make those kind of comments. Your question? No, but you didn't answer my question. The only part of the answer that I heard was you want to keep it reasonable, which is of course what Canadians would expect. I'm not making any assumptions that are not either.
It does. That's the point.
Hey, this is my time. I'm going to ask a question. You can answer it. If you are at, say, $90 billion, and that's I think, a reasonable starting point. It's within the range of your government's statements already. The cost at your the rates that you borrow on $90 billion would be, call it 144 billion. If you had a ticket price, that would be 3.6 billion. If you had a ridership of 12 million per year, which is what McGill University thinks you'll have, that would be about $300 a ticket. Is that a fair assumption? No. Okay, so how would you get to a lower ticket price if you if that's your ridership and that's your purchase number?
We will work to keep fares as low as possible. This system, like European, Asian systems.
How low would the cost of the project have to be cost recovery and pay principal and pay debt? How low would you have to keep the cost to keep the ticket price reasonable?
Look, I appreciate the skepticism, but permit me to be skeptical as well. You've already decided you're against this project. I think Canadians will wake up more and more and understand that the Conservative Party would end the dream of high-speed rail in Canada. I don't go into such things with these preconceptions. We'll continue doing the analysis as the engineering progresses, as decisions are made, and as we are able to invest in having a clearer picture, and we will give that transparently, that information to Canadians as it becomes available.
So the train system that you currently run operates, has a 50% on-time rate. It receives a $2 subsidy for every dollar that it collects in fares. My colleague earlier asked about bonuses at Alto. Can you tell me what is that meeting a performance metric, and have bonuses been paid on that performance?
As soon as I became transport minister, or very shortly thereafter, I expressed to the board and eventually management of Via Rail that I was not satisfied with their performance. I do understand that some performance issues are beyond their control in as much as they share some of their alignment in the corridor with cargo railways. I do understand that in some cases they're using extremely outdated equipment, and would note that we are procuring new equipment, new rolling stock for Via Rail outside the corridor as we have inside the corridor. So I've asked them to take a long look at these performance issues. We want people on Via Rail.
That concludes
it's an
the
essential
time that
service.
we have. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. We'll continue now with Dr. Martin for 5 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Ministre, d'être venu.
Thank you, Minister, for appearing before us this afternoon. I'd like to ask a few more questions about the data that we'd like to gather on behalf of the Government of Canada.
About the kinds of data we need as a government in order to be able to do comprehensive regional planning for growth in Canadians' transportation needs. I come from a region where a lot of people come and go, and so we're needing to understand what the future looks like, and in order to understand that, we need to have data. Talk to me a little bit more about what that looks like, please.
Yeah, well, that's a very important question, et merci pour votre français aussi. C'est agréable.
And thanks for speaking in French. It's really wonderful to have a new colleague who speaks French so well.
Business development, economic development follows transport development. And what you see, for example, at Pearson is a complex, a multimodal complex that employs tens of thousands of people. And we want to be able to project. It will always be at the heart of the Canadian economy. It will always be at the heart of our transportation system, rail, hopefully high speed at some point as well, but cargo, air, and other modes. And trucking is obviously an essential ingredient as well. So what this data, performance data at Pearson, will give us is a good picture of growth trends, of passenger growth. We're seeing enormous interest from new markets in serving Pearson and serving Toronto, from other airlines, from other national carriers, and so on. So this will only grow, and we want to understand and calibrate our assumptions against those of the Airport Authority so that we can do all of this planning and ensure that opportunity and growth will always be there for the people of, let's call it Mississauga, but obviously Peel and York regions.
Thanks. And just building on that, when I think about that surrounding infrastructure, like I am a big user of the UP, the UP Express, that takes me to Pearson from very close to my home in downtown Toronto. You know, that understanding growth then yields other, information about the surrounding infrastructure that's required to serve an airport the size of Pearson. What kind of data do we need to be able to access, and what would the provisions in Bill C-30 allow us to understand about those future needs in surrounding infrastructure?
So, there are basic, financial indicators, financial statements and others, but the underlying assumptions and the underlying data, passenger movements, cargo movements, assumptions around required capital spending, debt load, all of those things, of course, help us to not only properly value that asset, but to integrate that into our planning. And it's interesting you mentioned UP Express. I think it should be our goal. Highways will always play a role in the Canadian transportation system. But for those who live in dense urban areas, I think the goal should always be to leave your home and start with public transit and end with public transit. And whether that is taking, that very important airport link or public transit to that airport link, get on a plane, get on a train, go where you want to go. Hopefully at the other end, unfold that in the same way and get back home with your suitcase, only having taken public transit. That should be our objective, and I think it's something that can be realized in the GTA and all over the country in dense urban areas.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, what's my time like? Okay, so maybe this is a longer conversation, but I'd be interested to know if there are categories of data or information that you feel are particularly important, or where perhaps the excellent relationship-based voluntary compliance universe has been less effective in order to understand why the provisions in this bill are so important.
Yeah, invariably.
But unfortunately, you will have to answer that at another time.
Yeah, we're at the outset of this process. It's very early. And those things will become evident.
Minister McKinnon. We're going to have to continue now with Ms. Kobina for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, the Prime Minister, as you know, racked up about $200,000 on in-flight catering over 3 trips. And of course, we are now in the context of a recession where every dollar taken from taxpayers is to be respected, and they expect that. Could you please confirm how much is the average food while the Prime Minister is traveling?
I have no idea. Whatever government regulations when the Prime Minister travels, just as if we were carrying troops to a mission overseas, there are guidelines for those things. Those guidelines are rigidly followed.
Okay, so there is no knowledge or guidelines in terms of how much the Prime Minister and his entourage are spending on each of these trips, because there's a lot of trips, and I'm sure you can understand within an affordability crisis, this is...
The Prime Minister traveling around the world?
I am asking the question about the cost, not the travel.
Well,
I'm asking about the cost.
So I'm a little more focused on the revenue side. So what I can say is when the Prime Minister comes back, he always speaks to me about some possibilities for foreign investment in businesses, foreign investment in technology and innovation, and as I'm more keenly interested in foreign investment in infrastructure, and those efforts were rewarded.
Minister, I
think this is an important fact for you. Those efforts were rewarded. Canada was recently named the #1 destination in the world for foreign investment in our infrastructure.
I'm going to have to ask both of you to pause for a moment, Minister and Ms.
That was a very good achievement, and I link that directly to the Prime Minister's
Minister, I'm going to ask you to pause for a moment. Ms. Kobina, please ask your question.
Minister, I have 5 minutes to ask you questions, and you're talking over me. I would like to ask you some simple questions and get some answers. I understand your point, but what you are saying to me is that the Prime Minister needs luxury dinners, $200,000 of spending on food for his trips to do his job. That is my question.
That isn't the question. That's an assertion. What I will tell you is that
That
the
is a
Prime Minister
fact.
follows the same rules that we would apply to anyone. Those airplanes, in some cases, carry Canadian Forces troops abroad. I'm sure you don't think that they should not
So Minister,
be fed on a travel if it's during a mealtime. There are guidelines for these things. I would point you to those if you're interested in how these things are run. I would point you to those guidelines, and maybe you could suggest how you see they should be changed, if they should be changed.
You can table those, but the question
They're available
is
to you.
raised because, of course, even when you compare to your own previous Prime Minister, it's double the cost. That's why this is a concern.
What I know, when the Prime Minister returns from a trip, even one as quick as this one we saw to New York, he speaks to me of business development, of jobs for Canadians, of creating opportunity in our regions, of developing new mines and resources, of building the country. This Prime Minister is proving to be an incredibly effective salesperson for Canada, making us number one in many charts in terms of business
Minister,
and foreign investment
was-
intentions. I think Canadians are very, very proud of that,
Okay.
and I think that they
So,
need to.
I have a question
I think
for
they
you.
need to examine this exchange to understand if you
Okay.
are against
So,
the Prime
okay,
Minister
I have a
traveling
question
to
for you,
secure
if I
investment for
may.
Canadians. Are
Minister,
they? Are you
if I
against
may,
that?
If I may.
Are you against that?
If I may
That's
ask.
a very simple question.
I am asking the questions.
I see.
Okay.
But, well, I think
So
Canadians
if
would be
I may,
interested in your
Minister-
answer, though. Are you
Minister,
against the Prime Minister?
let the member
It's
ask her
incredibly
questions, please.
disrespectful. If I may, okay? The Prime Minister is quite wealthy, okay? So much so that he refused to divest his stock portfolios when he became Prime Minister. Many previous Prime Ministers did. Could he at least put these lavish expenses for his expensive dinners on his own credit card? Because you are asking Canadians to live with less, right? Everybody's tightening, every family's tightening their belts, except for the Prime Minister and everyone around him.
This Prime Minister was born the son of two teachers in a small place in the Northwest Territories, and has demonstrated repeatedly his willingness to forego a career in the private sector to serve Canadians. He did so in the public service. He did so at the Bank of Canada. He's had other public service opportunities. And I think, I know I am, grateful that he once again chose public service.
Thank you, Minister. We're going to have to
as
conclude
distinct
it
from
there.
his other career
We will
opportunities.
continue now with Mr. Sawatsky for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Minister, for being here today. Really excited to see our government's investment into trade infrastructure. In my own riding in New Westminster, Burnaby, Millardville, I have a lot of trade routes that go through there, a lot of rail corridors, Highway 1. I'm just wondering if you could speak to the investment we're making in our rail, especially at a time where we're looking at diversifying our international trade market.
Thank you, Mr. Sawatsky. That is such a great question. The Lower Mainland. You know, we ask a lot of the Lower Mainland. A lot of people live there. It's a very dense urban area, and it serves such an important strategic purpose as a logistics hub for all Canadians. At the same time, people living in the Lower Mainland benefit from the economic activity and the jobs that entails. So we do need to continue to strive to get that economic, that balance right for quality of life for people living in your riding and developing the opportunities and the logistical essentials that Canadians rely on. Rail in the Lower Mainland is a bit like a plate of spaghetti. A lot of bottlenecks, single points of failure, things that we have to work on, you and I together, to make sure we get more fluid transportation, we expand our ability to serve Canadians, but we are very, of course, always mindful of the needs of the residents of the Lower Mainland. So you can expect to see continued investment in small and large projects in our transport sector in the Lower Mainland. These are job-creating opportunities, but also projects that need to be done with great sensitivity so that we ensure that folks continue to enjoy that incredible part of the world you live in.
Absolutely. Well, I couldn't agree more. When I heard there was the announcement of $33 million into the National Trade Corridors Fund for projects in Alberta and British Columbia, that was certainly will definitely be benefiting my region. So I'm very excited about that. Coming to Metro Vancouver's transit infrastructure, the federal government was kicking in, I believe, about $663 million in funding. We had the Mark V SkyTrain cars come in. Could you just speak to the importance of having an effective public transport system, especially as densification increases?
Well, I worked with Prime Minister Martin, no relation to our new colleague, as the Canada Line was being developed. And I've followed with great interest the rise and sophistication of public transit in the Lower Mainland, in Vancouver and surrounding cities. I am well aware that transportation will probably always be an issue, public transportation, and governments struggle to keep up with demand and with capacity constraints. And I'm very glad, as you are, obviously, that we are spending this very, very substantial sum of money in improvements to the system, in new buses, in electrifying and making cleaner our public transit. And I've appreciated your advocacy for this, to bring that very real perspective of the needs of folks in perhaps outside of the dense city core, who really rely on public transportation and require us to continue investing in it. So thank you for that.
Thank you. And Chair, how much time do I have left? Just a minute. So under a minute. So we've talked about rail, we've talked about public transit, marine transportation is, of course, the Fraser River comes through my riding. I was just maybe in our last few moments here, if you could just speak to anything the government is doing to help marine transportation.
Well, it's no secret that the Port of Vancouver it's our #1 port by a long margin. Will run up against capacity constraints for bulk materials and particularly for container traffic. This is, again, a service that the people of the Lower Mainland of British Columbia provide to all of the country. It is our principal port of entry, but it's also a principal economic engine. So we are going to continue to work with the Vancouver Fraser Port Authority to work on those capacity constraints, to work on projects that relieve those capacity constraints, do that while respecting the environment, while respecting fragile ecosystems, while
Thank you,
respecting
Minister. That
killer
concludes
whales,
the time that
notably.
we have. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Sawatsky. On va terminer cette réunion avec...
We're going to end our meeting with 2.5 minutes for Madame Bellefeuille. Oh, you caught me off guard. I was surprised. If you don't want your time, that's also fine. No, I was just surprised. The vote is in how long?
7 minutes.
In 7 minutes. So we have time to get back to the House. Minister, I'm actually surprised. In my committee, we don't have a second round, but lots of generous folks here at this committee. I have a question based on my wish and hope that Quebec should become a country one day. What would you say if we bought the Caisse de dépôt and you privatized the Quebec City Airport? Would you be open to an offer from the Caisse de dépôt? No, of course, my heart beats for Quebec, for Canada. And I can't answer a hypothetical question except to say that the Caisse de dépôt is a very sophisticated, very experienced investor, and I'm sure that they'll be interested in the whatever exercise we undertake. When it comes to competitiveness, with the private investors who will be investing in the high-speed rail project and those you'd like to involve in the privatizing of airports, isn't this going to kind of unleash a war for between investors to invest in these two major modes of transport? No, I think 1 + 1 can equal a lot more than 2. And this makes me think of my answer to Mr. Lavoie's question about intermodality. I think economic development comes after the development of transportation, and I think these sophisticated investors, such as the Caisse, which is part of the Cadence Consortium, which is a partner to the development of the high-speed rail project, I think they've actually provided very high sophisticated analyses, and the information comes from them. That is, the economic development, job creation comes after the development of transportation, and I believe firmly in that message. Thank you, Madame de Beaufort. On behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank the Minister of Transport and department officials for their time today.
Legislative clerks that you have until 4 p.m. to submit amendments today. And with that, I adjourn the meeting, and I look forward to seeing you on Monday.